Good morning. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 9:04 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning, ASL interpretation in Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be made available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should address those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely as well as your physical location. I'll call on you in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present, and I am attending the meeting today remotely from Rochester Hills.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eade. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present and attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, it's moved and seconded that we adopt the meeting agenda. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the agenda is adopted. Without objection, we will now begin our public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objections, we will now proceed with public comment pertaining to agenda topics. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your number. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. You will hear a timer. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer go off. First in line to provide public comment is number 1.
Good morning. My name is Joseph Davis. I reside at 4953 West Stowe Road. Address is Lansing 48906, but I'm actually a resident of Watertown Township. I've been a resident of Watertown Township for nearly 25 years. And I want to thank the efforts of the committee on the Senate side, but I'm concerned about the House district rep positions. I have for a long time had a concern of having representation that reflected my relationship with the greater Lansing area. I worked for the Lansing Board of Water and Light for 17 years. I'm currently employed by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. And I have statewide regional access to many communities. But in my living in Watertown, I feel like I have not been served at the state level for representation. In 2004, we had a major flooding incident I was not able to get any assistance, myself and my wife, but our neighbors in Grand Ledge were. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 2.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nathaniel Bills. I came out here from Waverly, a suburb of Lansing. So first, I'd like to start out by thanking the commission for taking on this task. I know it's been a long process and at times quite difficult. I'd also like to say that I think the way the greater Lansing area was split in half in the state Senate map is a good way to ensure partisan fairness in those districts and the map overall without doing too much to divide the communities in the greater Lansing area. I'd also like to say that places like Waverly and DeWitt have more in common with places like Lansing and East Lansing than the rural areas surrounding us. We have quite strong economic ties to both Lansing and East Lansing with folks commuting to work there. MSU is quite nearby, as well as folks frequenting businesses throughout the area, the entire area. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 3.
Good morning, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeremy, and I'm a nonprofit manager here in the greater Lansing area. I currently live in Delta, but I've lived all over. I've been here for about a decade. Actually, I want to echo something that the speaker before me just said. I do think the way that you've currently got the state Senate map here in Lansing, the greater Lansing area, really kind of balances the communities of interest while also making a fair map. I wanted to say thank you for that. I thought it was very different than the current, gerrymander we have. For the state house, I live in Delta now, but at one point I've also lived in the Okemos and Meridian area and also was East Lansing, both as a student and adult. And I think that given the size of Lansing and the different communities of interest, that there should be more house seats in the greater Lansing area, not less, maybe 4 right now, but maybe 5 in a new version. Particularly like Okemos and Meridian are like a separate community from East Lansing, and those folks are separate from like North and South Lansing. And as someone in Delta Township, I have my own separate community, and I think drawing.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 4.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for taking the time to listen to comments. My name is John, and I've lived in Lansing for about 11 years now. Most of my career has been in website design, which means I've spent considerable time working with many folks in just about every part of the city and the greater Lansing area and the surrounding counties that you can imagine. Sorry, my glasses fell off. I'll skip a bit.
You're welcome. You can pull your mask down while you're speaking, if that
yeah.
makes it, actually makes it easier for our translators to read your lips and see what you're saying.
Okay. When it comes to our state house districts, I just want to say that I think it'd be really wise to have the North Lansing and Lansing Township share a district. The folks that I've met and worked with across those areas all share a community and work and influence each other daily. It's been so clear to me how those communities are built into each other, as I've worked with many of them throughout my life here in the city and this home that I love so much. Thank you for your time again and for the work that you've chosen to take on to benefit all of us.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 5.
Morning, my name is Mark Collitz, and I'm from East Lansing, Michigan. I'd like to say this morning in my minute that I think you've done a wonderful job. I've watched you over the last year as you've come together as commissioners, and in the last 3 months put together maps, and your skills in mapping have been very impressive. Specifically, as far as some of the maps that you've drawn with regard to mid-Michigan, I would say that the state Senate map is very good. I think for the first time, we will have in the mid-Michigan area 2 state senators to represent the Lansing area. I think that's a wonderful idea. With regard to the congressional map, again, I think you've done a great job with that. It seems to be a very fair map, and for both parties, and whoever will win the election will have to be a centrist candidate, because they're going to have to defend their position with both Republicans and Democrats. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 6.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Howard, and I represent the AFL-CIO's Fair Maps project. We continue to be concerned about the low BVAP in your VRA districts. In principle, we are open to the idea that BVAP as low as 35 or 40% could be enough to elect the Black community's candidate of choice. In practice, however, we are worried that the district you've drawn could result in white suburbs electing white candidates who are not preferred by Black Detroit, especially if Detroit continues its tradition of running multiple candidates for office. Please check the primary election voter turnout history in those districts. It's very possible that your districts may pass the test, but it's also possible that some of them will show a 35% Black district as having a 70% white primary electorate, and that should be avoided. Again, we thank you for your work on the commission.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 7.
Hi, good morning. I'm Crystal Boyd and I'm Sarah Howard's legal assistant. You are doing the right thing by not trying to, or by trying, sorry, I'm gonna need these, by trying to get to partisan fairness. Your path towards partisan fairness so far has been to move swing districts from favoring Republicans to favoring Democrat. That helped a little with partisan fairness numbers. What you need to do now is focus on unpacking Democratic vote sinks. In Greater Lansing, for example, you actually eliminated a competitive seat from the 2011 gerrymander. That's going backwards. Look at your lopsided margin test. The districts with high Democratic margins that are not VRA districts are the ones you should look at unpacking to get to partisan fairness. In your current draft, Democrats would need 53% of the vote just to win half the seats. If Republicans had to win 53% of the vote to get half the seats, would you call those fair maps? And what do you think public comment would look like? Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. I believe that was our last 7. Okay, all right, just want to make sure. All right, at this point, we'll move to the remote public comment. Individuals who've signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. If you are on a computer, you'll be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the, I'm sorry, are we up to 9? Oh, okay. So if you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or if we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is, pull my list back up, Dr. Armstrong Hall.
That participant is not present.
Okay, we will move on to Anthony Scannell.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you so much. Anthony Scannell, Wayne County. I could express my intense distaste for some of the procedural personalities that were there yesterday pervading the proceedings. But now that you have options, plural options, that's a significant change in the atmosphere. You gave the people, or at least some of us, what we wanted. It doesn't matter to me whether it's a collaborative map or an individual one. If it undergoes more than a few adjustments before the commission, no matter what, whose base it started from, which or whose, whether it was a blank slate or something someone totally drew up on their own, or a districtor submission for that matter, it's a collaborative map if it underwent more than a few adjustments here before this commission. Speaking of which, what was the point of the districtor.org submission feature for us, the public? If you haven't pulled up any one of those public submissions and examined it as a commission, and you haven't taken a district from any one of those maps, and you haven't, undergone, none of our submissions have undergone Bruce Adelson's analysis. So what was the point of that feature? Just to make us feel like we're driving with a little Fisher-Price steering wheel?
Thank you for addressing the commission, Mr. Scannell. James Gallants.
Oh, James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. And I would like to thank the honesty of the couple of commissioners yesterday and in particular, the one who clearly stated that they were confused and did not understand where we're at, where we're going. Brain freeze time. And, there's an unknown past that. And that's why it's avoided. You have to stop. And I also thank Commissioner Clark for voicing his agreement with me that there are way there's 4 or 5 people dominating this procedures and, any ad hoc committees outside. I think these 4 or 5 people are just going to lunch together and doing it all. And then you're all going to just go back and figure it out. But I think the confusion is the responsibility is for the legal team and Secretary of State Benson. And they're responsible for this confusion because they haven't collectively reoriented the commission on the new rules of procedure. You have all new rules of procedure. You're supposed to have, orientation and educational opportunities.
Thank you for addressing the commission, Mr. Gallant. Robert Dindoffer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So listen, I'm from Grosse Pointe Park, part of the Lake St. Clair community of interest. We're a lakeshore suburb. You all had taken our testimony and the testimony of folks from all around the lake into account and created a state senate district that basically perfectly reflected what we wanted and gave us an ability to have a voice in Lansing. And it was basically a 50-50 district. And if you wanted to shave a couple points off of it to make it 51-49 the other way, that's fine. That you could have done that. You had a process going, but at the end of the day, and I'm not certain, if it's final, but it looked like you took my hometown of Grosse Pointe Park off of the lakeshore and another half of the lakeshore off in Clay and Ira Township and basically cut us into 3. And it was really disappointing. And I hope you'll reconsider, partisanship is not a reason to cut up communities, especially when you can just shave a couple points. I mean, you could find a way to do it. Thanks.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Bronwyn.
Good morning. My name is Bronwyn. I'm from Matawan, and I just want to say thank you so much for all of your hard work. But I do want to say over the last 3 days, I've been really concerned. When Voters Not Politicians was on the ballot, it overwhelmingly passed, but we were promised that the commission would focus on communities of interest. We all submitted a lot of public comment on what our communities looked like, and we were promised that we wouldn't have crazy looking gerrymandered districts. And now over the last couple of days, I'm just really concerned that it feels like the partisanship is become the most important criteria when that was promised that would be 4th. So I just want to thank you for your work, but I'm also really concerned, and I think that it would erode the trust of voters if we come back the first time that we have this and the maps are really crazy, like you saw that robot arm in Midland and Bay City. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Adel Mosey.
That participant is not present.
Okay. Talia Grieve.
Good morning. My name is Talia Grieve, and I live in Muskegon County. Communities along the shore of Lake Michigan, such as Muskegon, Grand Haven, and Holland, form a natural community of interest at the federal level. Each of our communities have a major harbor, a state park, and similar watersheds that have been cleaned up using federal dollars. These lakeshore communities are also tied together through manufacturing up and down the US 31 corridor. Our communities serve as major suppliers and build specialized components from everything from automotive to aerospace. I ask that you pair Muskegon County and Ottawa County at the federal level like they are in proposed maps 187, 196, and 201. Muskegon is a lakeshore community and forms a community of interest that runs down the shore of Lake Michigan. Placing Muskegon with Grand Rapids diminishes our voice and makes Muskegon and our neighboring communities an afterthought and a second-class city. Communities of interest should be a priority and kept whole when considering congressional districts. So I urge you to keep Muskegon, Ottawa, and the Lakeshore together. Thank you so much for the work that you do.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Sherry Masan.
That participant is not present. And actually, we've had one more person sign up for in-person public comment as well.
Okay, so we can move to the in-person public comment number 8.
Hello, my name is Yasha. I'm from Lansing, specifically the South Side. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank you for the opportunity to speak here before you and leave some testimony as to where I believe that the current drafts are. I appreciate the efforts made on the Senate map. They take a lot of things into consideration, and I appreciate the way that Lansing is split there. But in terms of the House maps, they seem to be going into a direction that is not so pleasant to me. I think that we need to keep in mind to take political fairness and that test into consideration at every point that we draw the maps, that you guys draw the maps. Thank you for your efforts on that, but if you could take a revision and see if Lansing can't be split into 4 or 5 districts, that would be much appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. At this point, we'll move back to our remote public commentary with Ivan Diaz, number 9.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Ivan Diaz. I just want to thank the commission real quickly. I know that you guys are getting a bunch of comments from people who, well, are not the nicest. But anyways, today I'm talking to you guys about district on the House map for the state districts, map number 79 and 78. I actually grew up in the Wyoming Grand Rapids district or area, specifically in the Godfrey Lee district. So if you guys notice, because I only have a minute here, on District 79, there has been, well, we have been lumped in together with Byron Center for a long time, which diminishes our ability to be represented accurately. The area north of Porter Street in North Wyoming is a heavily Latino district, heavily Hispanic district, and we have much more in common with District 78 and 79. So I was just hoping that you guys could try and see if North Wyoming can be put into the 78th district. And I'm looking forward to speaking to you guys when you're here in Grand Rapids. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Pat Nelson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Pat Nelson and I live in Grand Haven, Michigan. And first of all, I want to thank this commission for committing to the process to create fair maps in Michigan. I was a volunteer for Voters Not Politicians because I'd lost faith that our elections were fair, and I devoted many hours to collecting signatures on the petition. I know there's a lot of criteria you need to take into account while you create the maps, but please don't lose sight of the forest through the trees. I know that some people think the commission should mainly concentrate on communities of interest to create the maps. Although that's an important criteria, it's not the only criteria. And the overall goal to create fair maps should not be lost in the process. The voters overwhelmingly supported Prop 2 because we want maps that don't favor one political party over the other and have partisan fairness.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Franklin.
Thank you. I don't have a question at this time.
you don't have a question? Did you want to make a public comment?
At this time, I was listening for, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, just, I know I'm speaking on behalf of the Albion Battle Creek area. I don't think, have I heard much of anything conversation on those areas? Again, this is Franklin in Battle Creek, Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Rich Thrush.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Rich Thrush, and I'm a long-term resident of Grand Rapids. As currently drawn, there are 2 Senate districts in the Grand Rapids area in Kent County. Following our suggestions to resolve some issues with these districts to make them meet the criteria for district development, Cascade Township needs to be placed into the North District. East Grand Rapids City needs to move from the south to the north, and the 4 Ottawa County townships should be removed from the north. This will vastly improve collection of like areas, forming 2 communities of interest, one primarily minority South District, one in the north. These changes minimize the disenfranchisement of the 53% Democratic voters in this 530,000 population area and reduce the Democratic packing that is currently in the South District. Both districts would then lean Democratic, as all of the surrounding areas are solid Republican. I will submit my comments in a map to better explain these suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Lily, number 12.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, yes, I am Lily Chang Schulting. I am from Kentwood near Grand Rapids. I would first like to thank the commission for all the work that you have been doing. We really appreciate how you taken on the hard task of unpacking all the details and ensuring fair representation for the people of the state. I would also like to speak about my support for combining Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo together in the same congressional district. They're both beautiful, growing cities in West Michigan. So we would appreciate having representation.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Sherry Ruth.
The participant is not present.
Dave Branson.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. One of the commission's top priorities should be recognizing, respecting, and prioritizing communities of interest. That is what voters had asked for in 2018. Fast forward to 2021, I can't help but express my frustration that the commission continues to work on a base map that divides my community of interest into 3 congressional districts. Literally hundreds of people from Ottawa County have made their wishes known to this commission between petitions, comments on the portal, and public comment like I am today. Our request is simple. Please keep Ottawa County whole. As a resident of Georgetown Township, I associate with the Lake Shore. Georgetown, Jamestown, and Hudsonville have so much more in common with Holland, Zeeland, and Allendale than they do with Grand Rapids in terms of culture, economic ties, and overall way of life. These decisions will have a significant impact on our communities for the next decade. Please keep Ottawa County whole as we continue to grow and prosper together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Mandy.
Hi, good morning. My name is Mandy Graywall, and I'm from Pittsfield Township. I am here to request that you add Pittsfield Township into the Western Washtenaw and Jackson District for State Senate, along with Scioto and Saline. I have lived in Pittsfield Township for 30 plus years and seen the dramatic changes that have taken place in our community, predominantly its expansive demographic growth. In the most recent census of 2020, our community grew by 13%, which is the second largest growth rate in Washtenaw County. Historically, Pittsfield Township has been lumped with communities to the north and the east, but with these changing demographics and the high rate of growth of population in Pittsfield Township, I feel that we need a more significant and a larger voice in Lansing for Pittsfield Township, and I feel that it would be best accomplished by putting Pittsfield Township into the Western Washtenaw District along with Scioto and Saline in the Jackson District. So thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 17, Luke Dehan.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. My name is Luke Dehan, and I'm from West Olive in Ottawa County. And I'm a fourth generation blueberry farmer on the West Lake Shore over here. And while most of this focus has been on larger populations and cities, I'd like to talk about farming and agriculture. In a time when outside pressure is hitting Michigan agriculture, we need a unified voice in Washington. And I'm kind of directly speaking about the U.S. Congress redistricting maps. Agriculture must be considered a community of interest. Maps such as 200 that divide Ottawa County into 3 separate congressional districts weakens our voices as farmers, growers, and producers. A map like 187, which is much more inclusive, represents Ottawa County. It keeps it whole and spans from Muskegon County to Berrien County. This map is superior because it keeps agriculture areas along the lakeshore together. This includes.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 18, Susan Miller.
Hi, is it my turn? Susan Miller?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank
Good morning,
you.
Ms. Miller.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to the issue of partisan fairness. Have been concerned at times that the focus on communities of interest, while valid and important, is overshadowing attention to partisan fairness. This concerned me for a number of reasons, one being the great difficulty making a valid determination of a community of interest. I have an example of that difficulty. I've lived in Ann Arbor since 1969. When I listened from home to the commissioner's comments on how Ann Arbor should be districted in relation to surrounding communities, I disagreed with some of what I heard. I don't want to give my point of view on what communities Ann Arbor should or shouldn't be grouped with. My point is that a community of interest is not ultimately determinable in any secure way. It varies with the point of view of the particular community member, may be rooted in that person's sub-community and political priorities, even at times it's rooted in unjust historical.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 19, Abby Clark.
Good morning, Commission. I just wanted to start by thanking you for how hard you're obviously working, especially this week, putting in really long hours and obviously really wrestling with the Voting Rights Act, communities of interest and partisan fairness, and trying to balance those competing interests. It's obviously really hard work, and we see how hard you're working on it. I would just suggest maybe looking at smaller cities like mine to do more of the unpacking there. Detroit's now kind of cut up into ribbons. in the State House map. And I understand why you're doing that, and it's for some really good reasons, but you might have to do less to Detroit if you considered doing more unpacking in Grand Rapids, Ann Arbor, Lansing, Kalamazoo. Also, I just wanted to mention, you said that the versions of the maps were confusing yesterday. They're confusing for all of us. It would be great if you clarified with what's posted online, which are like legitimate versions being.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 20, Christy.
Hi there. Thank you so much. I just want to echo the comments that have lifted up the hard work that the commission is doing on balancing all these competing interests. It is really difficult to pull all of this together and address communities of interest and partisanship. I vote in Harper Woods Precinct 5. And it would be really important to my area to make sure that we are not included with a state Senate district that reaches all the way up the shoreline of Lake St. Clair. Please look at this again. Consider putting Harper Woods in with East Point and Roseville. It's a much more representative district in that kind of configuration. I also encourage you to look at breaking up the Grosse Points. Let's not reinforce that old racist boundary and instead make districts that are more fair and represent how this area is changing. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Oops, sorry. Mahendra, number 21.
Mahendra, if you can hear us, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm Mahendra Kenkre, a resident of Troy for over 20 years. I want to thank you for your hard work. My comment is about the Congressional District 6 and its unfairness to Indian Americans. Indian Americans in Troy, like myself, share their heritage and have so much in common with communities in Bloomfield Hills, Farmington Hills, and Novi. The Indian American community in Troy has strong connection to the commercial zone on Orchard Lake Road in Farmington Hills for shopping and dining. Indian American kids in the corridor from Troy to Novi attend the same Sunday school. The parents of these kids have a strong relationship, a connection to each other. I feel it is unfair to put Troy with communities in Macomb County with whom we do not have community connection. I'm hoping Troy will be united with Bloomfield Hills, Farmington Hills, and Novi. Thank you so much for the work you do.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Leah?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. While as a lifelong resident of Ottawa County, I am proud to represent my community here with you today. While Grand Valley State University has blossomed well beyond a few buildings and a cornfield, Allendale's identity continues to be that of an agricultural community. That identity is directly tied to the neighboring communities of Hudsonville, Georgetown, Borculo, and West Olive, as well as the townships of Polkton and Robinson. Sadly, these communities are split into 3 separate congressional districts, despite all being next to one another in Ottawa County. In fact, the village of Borculo itself is cut in half. That isn't right. Allendale and Hudsonville share so much more in common socially, economically, and historically than Hudsonville and Grand Rapids do. My message to you is this: please keep Ottawa County whole. There's no logical reason to split 3 to split Ottawa County 3 times at the federal level. Moving forward, please adopt map 187, which is a collaborative map that represents Ottawa County as well as its agricultural past, present, and future. Please.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We are now on to number 23. Oh, 24. Okay, 23 is not here. Delwar Ansar.
Hello. You
Hello.
hear me? You hear
Yes,
me?
we can.
Okay. Start my video. Okay. Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Yes. My name is Delwar Ansar. I'm from Warren City. I went to the trade hearing. Also, I went to Warren hearing in June, and it is very disappointing after I saw updated a map on the website. We went to like around 30 people went there, and we said same thing. We have Hamtramck to Warren. We wanted the same altogether, but unfortunately, what I see in the map, Hamtramck is not part of the our house district, and also Senate district. You know, it is very disappointing. Warren side is left out, and you added Madison Heights. So we want to see like all of our community together from Hamtramck to Warren, especially in House District. We are not there, and thank you so much for.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Okay, so Dr. Armstrong Hall.
There we go. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. The job you're doing is spectacular, and it's a hard job. A couple of years ago, I was delegate at the National Education Association, and I had a new business item about gerrymandering and how deleterious it was to our election efforts. And it passed. 10,000 teachers across the United States wanted gerrymandering to be fixed, and you're fixing it, and good for you. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, next in line is Kevin Grimm, number 25.
That participant is not present.
Okay, we will move on to 27. Iqbal Hassan. Shadat is here, which is the email address. Okay.
Shadat, we can see you
yes.
and hear you
Good.
if you'd like to address the commission.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you for chance to speak me today. I want to talk about Commission 2 we are feeling like for Hamtramck and Warren District 8. We don't see on the map drawn for Hamtramck in same Warren and Hamtramck. So I want to request you that we have to add Hamtramck, Warren, same thing. I am from Warren City and I am from Macomb County. My name is Shahada Sudat. Thank you for everybody.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 27.
That
Iqbal.
participant is not present.
Okay. Chris Andrews.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. I want fair state house districts in the Lansing region. The current map packs Democrats into 3 districts. It is far worse than the 2011 intentionally gerrymandered map. There are many ways to fix this. The simplest might be to return Delta Township, Eaton County's largest community, into Eaton and create an Eaton Center district. Another way would be to divide the Lansing region into 5 or 6 seats with large population hubs. Delta Township, Lansing, East Lansing, Meridian Township, and Delhi Township hold. You could also bring in the suburban areas of DeWitt and Bath from Clinton County. Commissioner Rothorn knows this area well. I'm sure he could come up with fair districts. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Last in line is number 29, Abdul Hakim I can't say it today, I'm sorry. Asalda.
Hello, good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity and thank you for your great public service. My name is Abdul Hakim Asara. I'm an educator and healthcare and human services provider. I speak here in behalf of the Yemeni American major organization that signed a letter and send it to you in public comment number W6132. We are one of the fastest growing communities in the state of Michigan and around the country, and yet we have absolutely no representation whatsoever. So we would ask you directly with a unanimous voice and support that please keep Hamtramck and House District 4 as one and draw a VRA compliant congressional district that connects our communities in Hamtramck, Dearborn, Dearborn Heights through Detroit, Melvindale, and Dearborn. Our needs is great, and our request, we appreciate you consider.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment for this morning. However, I would like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting, and commissioners also review the public comment portal on our www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. We appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever way they choose to do so and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts, communities of interest, and maps. At this point, we're going to move on to unfinished business, agenda item 5A, and without objection, we will return to continuing assessment of draft maps for compliance and adjustments, as well as taking steps to begin deliberations. All right, hearing no objections, we're going to move forward with that. But before we do so, I did watch the meeting yesterday, and I did have a question and point of clarification for our general counsel, because it seemed that at the end of the meeting, there was some confusion about submitting individual maps. You know, can those be considered for bringing to public hearings? Can commissioners do one and then another later? And I'm just wondering if you've had a chance to look into that and provide some clarification.
Good morning to the commission. And thank you for the question, Madam Chairperson. So the questions that I was trying to jot down notes. The first was, and the easiest to address, is the individual commissioner submission of maps. Pardon me, please. The commission voted that individual maps would be due Monday, October 11th, before the start of the meeting. Those would be maps that individual commissioners are putting forward outside of the collaborative process, whether those maps use any portions or parts of the collaborative maps as a base. These would be maps that individual commissioners are putting forward, which they have the right to do so under the Constitution. The individual commissioners also have an opportunity to put forward individual maps
after the second round of public hearings during the voting process, and that's covered in subsection 14CI. The way those plans, those individual submissions are handled is different between subsection 9 and subsection 14, but they both represent independent opportunities for commissioners under the Constitution. Shifting over to collaborative maps, and there was, again, much discussion on this topic yesterday. The collaborative plans are the plans that commissioners drew as a body during its meetings that the public has been watching and providing feedback on during the process, either through live or remote public comment or through the public comment portal. Some of those collaborative maps have also had amendments made by either individual commissioners or collectively. I think it depends on which plan is being spoken of. So as I understood the conversation yesterday, the commission was discussing whether to consider the collaborative plans with individual modifications. Again, that to me is a separate category within the collaborative plans, that when we're speaking of collaborative plans, we're truly speaking of those plans that were drafted by the full commission. Is that helpful, Madam Chair?
No, it's not. And the reason why I say no is because there isn't a single map that the whole commission did. We took turns and each individual commissioner made individual changes. Maybe it's population, maybe it's drawing an entirely new district. So I'm not understanding the line of demarcation between us having a map and creating a clone and then someone making a change. To me, that would now be a collaborative district because it occurred during an open meeting versus, I guess I'm just not understanding the line of demarcation. I want clarification on that.
And I appreciate that question. And I think that was a lot of the conversation yesterday that was happening between your colleagues during the meeting yesterday. The very good news is I honestly don't believe that distinction will be relevant moving forward. The commission has a number of plans that will be formally voted on, whether to be published or not, or put forward for the to be published to move forward and receive feedback during the public comment periods during the public hearings. So regardless of the manner in which that particular plan manifested during a public meeting, the full commission will be able to determine its fate through voting on moving forward. And the commission has that ability, and it's in its mapping process. Is that more helpful?
So just to further dig down, because I just want to make sure I and everybody else understand. So regardless of whether it's an individual map or a collaborative map, or if we haven't figured out what it is, on Monday or Tuesday, we can choose to bring those maps on the public hearings, or is that not true with respect to individual maps? I'm just trying to understand.
That would be the clarification. The only clarification I would make in your statement is that individual maps under subsection 11 are not considered by the full commission.
Okay.
So on Monday, the commissioners who wish to present individual maps, again, that have the compliance analysis completed with them to their colleagues, those maps do not need to be voted on. The Constitution gives the commissioners the ability to do that. For the collaborative maps, and again, I'm using collaborative on the broad umbrella of drawn in public meetings collectively. So I know some people recognize nuances within underneath that umbrella, but for the sake of the conversation on what will be voted on, any of those collaborative plans, whether adjustments were made or incorporations were made, brought forward by individual commissioners, those are all in the on the shelf with the collaborative plans. Those will be voted on, not plans strictly brought forward by individual commissioners.
Okay, so I think there was a point in there where I think it clarified for me. And that point is individual maps don't get voted on. Individual commissioners submit them, and then they are published with proposed draft maps, the same as the collaborative maps. Okay, so I think that is helpful and makes sense. So we're ultimately gonna pick 1, 2, 3, whatever we decide, maps, vote on them. Those are the maps that we as a commission are saying we're publishing, but then individual commissioners can then also submit their own maps, which will also be on that second tab of, you know, whatever it's called right now. I think it's draft maps or proposed draft maps as well. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, because I just wanted to make sure. I was just having some confusion about what happens with those individual maps, and that's helpful and that clarifies that. Okay, that was what I needed to know. Thank you very much. Commissioner Lett.
Following up with that, there's a second step that we talked about yesterday that General Counsel and I had some confusion on. And that is on Monday, any commissioner who wants to submit a map, their own individual map, can do so. It pursuant to the amendment, goes through the public hearing process. Then at the end of that, you are also able to submit a second map. Just like the commission, after the input, can do another map with revisions. After that, however, you can only put forward one map. You don't get two shots. Does that make sense? Just like the commission can change, update its maps that have gone out, an individual commissioner can do that and submit another map or keep that map, but you only get one. You don't get
So
to
only
put two
like
forward.
only one congressional, one House, one Senate. That's what you
That's
mean.
right.
Okay.
But
General Counsel.
And again, though, yesterday, I think what Commissioner Lett was suggesting yesterday is under subsection 14, under the final adoption of maps, it had to be the same map as under subsection 9, and that they are completely independent sections. So if an individual commissioner were to submit a map by Monday's deadline, it gets published, they receive feedback, they would be able to modify that plan. They would be able to make any adjustments based on, again, feedback in the portal, wherever the commissioner obtained that feedback, and then submit that again if it goes into that process under subsection 14. So they would have the ability to either use that plan, or if you don't submit a plan under subsection 9 and you decide under subsection 14 that you'd like to, you still preserve that right and that authority to do so.
Okay. And those subsection 14 plans will be, the due date for those is obviously not Monday, right? That's the section 9.
Correct, Madam Chair, for clarity, for everyone hearing my voice, where we are now is subsection 9. Commissioners get to submit plans going into the public hearing. So those plans can be published to the as well. Under subsection 14, that is when the commission is moving into adopting final plans. So the commission has not set any dates for that. And that process is only triggered if the commission does not adopt a plan for each district type, majority vote with 2 of each selection pool comprising that majority vote. So the subsection 14 plans are triggered later in the process.
Okay. Can you clarify on that point too? Because I think I kind of lost you. So subsection 14 plans are the individual plans, and then at some point after the public hearings, we're going to have deliberations and determinations and potentially votes. And at that point, we can vote on collaborative or individual maps. Is that what I'm understanding, or is that the no? That's what
No. And again, we're not talking about where we are now. So in the future, under subsection 14, when the commission is going to be adopting a plan, they have to ensure it's tested. They have to publish it, all the proposed plans, for 45-day public comment. And when it comes time to vote, the voting to adopt a plan requires majority vote with 2 commissioners from each selection pool. So that would be 2 Democrat affiliating, 2 Republican affiliating, and 2 non-affiliating independent. We refer to that selection pool as the independent members. If no plan receives that majority vote with the 2-2-2 breakdown within that majority vote, then a process is triggered by which plans will be adopted. And that process is where individuals, commissioners will be able to submit their own plans.
Okay.
And the Constitution goes through it step by step.
Right.
So, but the first step of the vote is an attempt to get the majority vote.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, to give you an idea of what the timeline looks like here. So this is where we're at here, obviously the week of October 4th. So going into the public hearings, the week of the 18th and the 25th, individual commissioners would be able to put forth their own maps for the public to see and comment on during this time period. Going into November, after your next round of deliberations. This is when the 45 days of public comment begins. And then what your general counsel is referring to would be in this area here is the ability potentially for commissioners to put forth additional maps. Is that accurate, General Counsel?
Again, the provisions, and I'm speaking for those who want to follow along, it's subsection 14C states the final decision is the vote on a district type plan, majority vote, 2-2-2. If no plan satisfies this requirement, the commission shall use the following procedure to adopt a plan for that type of district. And then it goes into that process.
Commissioner Lott.
I don't think that's your question. I think your question is what plans get into that 45-day comment period?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Like, I'm just
You're
trying
going to submit, you can submit a plan Monday. All 13 of us could submit a plan
Right.
Monday. And that would go through the public hearings that are coming up.
Mhm.
Once that gets back, then the commission on the collaborative plans that have been on the roadshow
Mhm.
can make changes. Also, all 13 individual plans, if there were,
Mhm.
they could make changes. But only one plan from the 13 individuals can go forward. Both plans, if you made changes, both plans can't go forward. You can only put one plan forward. If you don't make any changes, that same plan goes forward. If you make a change, then you have to pick. I mean, you could say, I'm going to put the original forward or I'm going to put the amended one forward, but you only have one to go forward.
Okay, thank you.
Then you get down to the voting that she's talking about.
Right. Commissioner Orton.
Well, that's a lot of words when 3 lawyers are speaking. So just, I think Steve basically clarified it, but each commissioner could put forth a plan for each of the different types Monday. They can keep that plan or modify that plan and have that go into the public hearings. Then can they submit a different plan or that same plan as their one map for the final vote after the 45 days of got it?
I'll just say thank you to all of you. That helped me a great deal too.
All right. Well, with that clarification, let's get back to business. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood because I saw a lot of questions and I frankly was confused as well. So do you guys want to take a break for 5 minutes? Because yeah, hearing no objections, let's break for 10 minutes. It's currently 10:08. Hearing no objections.
We've only been at it an hour. Just my objection, but if nobody else does.
Okay, so we're gonna have to vote, Rhonda. Yep, that's fine. We just already had one person leave the room and other people want to use the restroom, so.
I'll motion to take a short 10-minute break.
Okay. Is there, okay, it's motion made by Commissioner Eid, seconded by Commissioner Lett to take a 10-minute break. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor of taking a 10-minute break, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
The ayes, nay. Okay, so we have one nay, so the ayes prevail.
Commissioner Clark, can you indicate your vote, please?
And my vote's nay. No.
Thank you.
So we have two nays, is that correct? Okay. All right, so the ayes prevail and we will recess until 10:20 PM or 10:20 AM. Thank you.
Ready when you are, Madam Chair.
All right, as Chair of the Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 10:20 a.m. Will the Secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely as well as your physical location. I'll call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present, and I am attending this morning or today's meeting remotely from Rochester Hills.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eid. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett. Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rawthorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum. Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. Okay, so we're going to return to our unfinished business, agenda item 5A. I believe Commissioner Lang is next to have a turn if she wishes to change the maps. And did you want to start with House, Congressional, or Senate?
House, please.
And can you pull up the House map for Commissioner Lang?
Yes, Chair. So what I did or I thought I had, preemptive, to get started, I made just a moment, I made a copy of yesterday's work. And I just made it a few minutes ago. So I'm going to change the name of this and give it today's date, if that makes sense, and start to work on it.
So this will be a clone then?
Yes, ma'am. Just
Perfect.
so we can keep our sequences going as to how I think this is the right naming convention. This is a copy of 1007. So. Okay, Commissioner Lang, where would you like to start?
I want to go up to the Midland area, please. And I've thought long and hard on this. I've reviewed our Constitution over and over, and it says shall abide by the following in order of priority, and communities of interest outweigh the partisan fairness. So with that said, I'm going to undo the arm that's stretching from Bay City to Midland.
I'm going to get the names of, just a moment, I'm going to get the names of the townships so I can better keep track of what we're doing here. So.
And while you do that, Commissioner Orton, did you have a comment?
I just have a question. Before we make any changes, could we review the partisan fairness and the other measures that we're looking at, so we just see what our changes do?
So, Commissioner Eid?
Well, I have those if you'd like them.
With this current map?
Yes, with this. So this is the latest version of the House map that we stopped working on yesterday morning.
Mr. Segal.
If it's the will of the chair, I can bring up yesterday's partisan or run it now and save it, and we can look at it as we go, just in the background, if they would make it
If you
slicker.
could do that, that would be
Okay, so
appropriate
let's just
too.
run it real quick. It doesn't take but a minute.
And then Anthony, once once that report is up, if you can compare it and read it off on your spreadsheet, that would be helpful.
this shall be the starting point, but not necessarily the ending point of where we want to go with it. So I'll save this and then, under with a different name, and we can continue and we can lay them side by side as so true. But the lopsided margins on this plan, they should match up to what Anthony has, is 6.3% lopsided margin. Mean median difference is 3.4%. Efficiency gap of 6.4%. And seats are 55-55. That's where we're at right here, right now. And I'm going to save this plan with the spreadsheet with a different name, and we can run it on the plan as it's edited, and you'll have them side by side if you so choose. Does that meet with?
Yep, thank you. Yes, if you could please do that. And then Commissioner Orton.
So could we also make note of the plan deviation, and can we run compactness as well, just so we have everything to compare?
We'll back up here and run the compactness. And what I'm going to do now is save it as a PDF, so it's a little easier to read, and it's well, if I can get this straight, we'll save it as a PDF. And it's going to be, I'm going to put it in the same folder as, nope. This is the current plan that we're editing. I'm going to put it in the same folder. I'm going to give it, just a so this will be the first run, and it'll be in the work plan. So when we run it again, we'll come right back to the same place. I'm going to go open that PDF up so we can zoom in and out and actually read it. And that's the PDF report. So we can look at them at the same time. And I understand we've just been really studying the first Polsby Popper. And this is a most compact is 0.65, District 83. Least compact is a 0.1, District 53. So this report is saved, in the same plan folder, and it's number 1. So we can run this at any time and give it a different name, as many iterations as you so desire. When it's the will of the chair, I'll move on to the plan itself.
Yes, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Are you
So
satisfied?
I'm going to close this.
Commissioner Orton is satisfied, so.
So now we have the partisan and the compactness scores for this plan before any edits saved in this plan's folder. We can go and get it at any time because it has a unique name and will not be overwritten. Commissioner Lang, I'm ready. I'm ready to do whatever you desire.
Okay, I have two questions. One may make it go faster. Is it possible, do we have an overlay of what this area looked like prior to the change being made that stretched the arm from Midland to Bay City? Because if we had that overlay, it'd make it go a lot faster, but if not,
I believe I can get it pretty quickly. If you want to just give me 1 minute, I can answer that question.
sure.
Commissioner Orton.
Just while he's working, just as a comment, it said the least compact district was 53, and that happens to be this district. Just thought I'd point that out.
And while he's looking, can I let everybody know what I'm doing here? I went back through the communities of interest, and I didn't even hit the tip of the iceberg on comments on Midland, but we have W6075, W6087, W5377, C3082, C4677, W4675, W568. We have the public hearings from May 25th with speaker 10, 11, 18, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 28, 32, 34, 40, 41, 43, 44, 45, 46, 54, 58, 73, all giving comments. And that's not even all of them. There were other ones that gave similar comments, but they were talking more so about congressional districts. We also have comments that have been recently done on maps from Laura, Kevin, William, Christine, Lynn, Catherine, Sarah, Kathleen, and Jill. So and like I said, this is just touching the tip of the iceberg. So I do think it is a community of interest. And that's why I'm doing the changes that I'm doing.
So could you clarify what you're saying the community of interest is?
The Midland County as a whole in the watershed.
Okay, thank you.
Now this is the version 4. The one with the Midland in it was version 6, from the day before. So is this the plan? I mean, there's more because there's a version 5, there's a version 3.
That looks like it, Kent, from my memory. I know how Midland was. I just wasn't sure about the Bay City area, but that does look like it.
Well, here's another one. I want to see if it's any different. It may be identical. And if that's the case, then we're definitely on the right track here.
Commissioner Winches.
So I'm torn. I think I know the changes that you're gonna make. I think I pretty much know what's gonna happen here. Watch, you just said it, and it was what I was thinking. Sorry, I took the wrong antihistamine this morning, and I'm all sorts of trying to stay awake. So all the written comments and everything in regards to Midland and Midland County staying together, I'm torn with. Part of me does think that Midland and Bay City belong together, but I understand where you're going in regards to communities of interest standpoint. However, what I find alarming, and I can't take this, I take this with the whole box of salt, is that there's also been public comments stating in the portal that has been written that that particular community of interest being suggested on the House level has been a spam campaign by the current House member trying to protect his seat.
Yep.
So
Molinar.
Yeah, Molinar.
And my response to that is, I can almost guarantee that these people that came May 25th and spoke to us in person were not influenced. Even if there was a campaign, it probably was recently. And I'm going to use discernment here because we had the same comment about the AFL-CIO maps from a lady that said that she was a former union member and was getting the same thing, even telling them what to say. So this is where we have to use discernment. And I'm going by what the people have given us comment in person. And I'm not going to discount because one person said that there's a potential thing, what people have already said. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're going to get that.
I do. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Yeah, I do. Like I said, that's why I'm saying I'm taking with the whole box of salt, not just a grain of salt. But it was said. I just wanted to bring that up, but I lean both ways. I see your point of view and I see the point of view with Midland going over to Bay City. And I just wanted to make that statement. But
So-
feel free to continue.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's Rhonda's turn. If this is what she wants to do with her map, then we can allow her to do that and we should allow her to do it. And we can debate whether we want to move this map forward on Monday or Tuesday or whatever day we do it. But I would just say, let's just let her make her changes. And, you know, it's just a clone. So let her make her changes and we'll see what it does.
Oh, I wasn't trying to sway her in any way
Oh,
or
I know.
form.
Yeah,
So
yeah. And I agree with you about the public comment in particular. We've received abundant public comment about Midland City wanting to be with the Tri-Cities. So there's definitely a lot of comments out there one way or the other.
We've also received public comment that from people that wanted the Tri-Cities that said that they were good with the whole county being in one district for on this level. I think most of the obviously the Tri-Cities would be Senate district because you can't get the Tri-Cities in a House district.
Right, absolutely. So just please continue instructing Kent on what you want him to do.
So Kent, everything that's in 57 that shows as 53 and 31, I want to add that back into 57. So all of the pinks on the right, please add those back into 57.
Okay, the plan we're looking at here are the districts
wait,
outlined.
Oh, I'm
in
sorry.
In blue. So 57, it doesn't appear was ever edited.
Yeah.
I may be wrong. We can back up and even go further back in time.
No, I
but
looked
think
at
it's
it wrong. I'm sorry.
okay. We're good. So we got 31 over here and 53 here, or is it the other way around, or does it
No.
matter?
31's correct. Just add that section of 53 inside of there to 31.
And then all of this to
Yes.
53, correct?
Yes, but there are a couple of little spots. You can see them in the pink next to Midland that actually go with Midland. It's part of Midland. But other
Yes,
than
well-
that, the rest.
Right. We'll come back and get them. I wanted to do the big areas. So I didn't, I don't have to do anything, 2 or 3 times is what so we'll get going here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I believe that incorporates the blue and the filled in color areas. If they align with each other, then we're done with it.
There is a little other section you see where it says Midland 160 and there's like a little rectangle above it too. Those two go with 31.
Okay. In previous plans, they did not. They were in 53, but that doesn't mean we can't put them over here now.
Okay, let's put them over there now.
Okay. So at this point, we had the 2 districts, the deviations and the numbers are right here.
Okay, so that caused it to go too high for what they were looking at. Okay, put those back in 53.
Okay.
Rhonda, for what it's worth, when you added them, even though it made it go, it didn't affect our overall plan deviation score, and we're still at the same. So if you really want to keep them in there, it
Okay,
doesn't seem like it's
It didn't
it's not
affect it.
affecting. Right, our overall plan deviation is not affected.
Okay, Kent, sorry, one last time, put them back in with 31. My apologies.
Oh, no, we can do it as long as we need to do it to get it right. Okay.
Okay,
Are
and
you
then
happy with it? Okay.
I'm happy with that. And that's the only change. There's other changes I would look at, but I'm only going to do one change on my turn. So that's all I've got.
Commissioner Lang, this water block here, shall I assign that to 53?
Yes, please.
That's just left over. Okay. Okay, I believe that's complete.
Thank you.
Commissioner Eid.
Just a couple thoughts. First, I'm glad that we let Commissioner Lang make the changes that she wants on this collaborative map because it's her turn, and we can determine later, how many we want to bring forward. But I think it's very good that we let her do that without having a whole bunch of commotion about it, like the last few days. My opinion on the district is that we've had public comments for, you know what, actually, I can't say my opinion yet because we haven't run the numbers. So we should probably do that first.
Yeah. Can you rerun this plan with, run the report, the partisan fairness? We can take a look at it.
Yes, I can. I'll
And
do it
then
right
the-
now.
The compactness as well.
So this is the new plan. I can bring up the old plan and lay right beside it unless somebody has the numbers. Either way you want to do it.
Anthony, do you have the numbers? Do you want to go read them off?
Okay, go ahead, Anthony. I'll just click through it.
Okay, so these are the numbers for the changes that Commissioner Lang made on this map. Previously, we were at a 6.4%. Sorry, we were at a 6.3% lopsided margins test. We are now at a 6.8%. Let's move on to mean median difference. Previously, we were at 3.4%. Now we are at 3.8%. Let's move on to efficiency gap. Previously, we were at 6.4%. Now we are at 7.4%. Let's move on to the seats to votes ratio. Previously, we were at 2.3% with a 50-50 split. Now we are at 3.2% with a 54 Democratic seats and 56 Republican seats.
Thank you, Commissioner Eid. All right, so next commissioner in line to have a turn is Commissioner Love. Okay, Commissioner Orton.
Okay, I would like to see the Senate map that we were working on early yesterday.
Okay. This was the plan. Went over yesterday. This was the plan when it was posted online and looked at online by a commission member. it had an irregularity in it. And so it was fixed online and then copied back down. So I'm going to open this up. It should be the identical. Left off yesterday on this plan, we were doing the partisan adjustments in this area between 5 and 7. We can do like we did yesterday, copy paste all the deviations into a spreadsheet, sort them and see where we're at again on.
Well, I know which district I want to work on.
Okay.
First of all, so I'd like to say, so 7 was left partially changed. I think the numbers still work. Like we didn't throw anything way out of balance, but we may want to go back and put it to how it was before it was partially changed. But the district that I think, Anthony, do you want to say something first?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. I had previously said 50 the previous House map was 50 Democratic seats versus 50 Republican seats. That was actually a percentage. The percentage was 50-50. The actual seats were 55 Democrat to 55 Republican. And that changed to 54 Democrat to 56 Republican.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Eads.
Okay, so which reminds me, before we, I want to work on 14 because it seems like we left it out of balance. I don't think we meant to do that. So before I do that, can we do the same thing? Run the report and keep that so that we can compare, make sure we don't do something
I'll
we don't
run
want
it
to
right
do.
here.
Sorry.
Yes, I think that's what she's asking you to do, but also if we're going to be reverting things back, do we want to make this a clone? Yeah, that's what we've been doing. So if you could please make this a clone, a new version. And that way, if we aren't happy, we can go.
So what I'll do is I'll run all these reports, leave it.
Yeah.
Make a copy of it, and that way they'll all be in the right folder, separate and unique.
Thank you.
This is the partisan fairness features. I don't know if anybody's jotting these down, but this is where we'll be starting. I'm going to rename this to a current name. So we have 4.5% lopsided, mean median 2.8, efficiency gap 3.2, seats votes 20 Democrat, 18 Republican. Okay.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm going to leave that name as is, just the way it, well, we'll see. So now we'll run the compactness. Not that. Compactness analysis, generate it. And we'll just go down here, district. So the most compact is 0.66, District 21. Least compact at 0.21 is District 17. 0.66 for 21, 0.21 for 17. I'm gonna save this.
General counsel, quick question. Did Moon or anyone else give us a range about what's reasonably compact? I know we have that for Dr. Hanley, but do we have something like that? Because to me, these numbers don't really mean very much to me because I don't know what's reasonably compact and what's not reasonably compact.
That is an excellent question, Madam Chair. So for the compactness measures, the
Then let me just not look at my notes. For the compactness measures, the closer you get to 1 is more compact, and the closer you get to 0 is the least compact. So
Thank
you
you.
want to get, that is how you want to approach that.
This is, just where we repaired it. So it'll, it's just this plan with that one little repair in it. So now I'm going to copy it and give that the long name. And then starting today, it would be V1 SD. Now I'm going to open the plan up we just created, which at this point is just a duplicate of yesterday's work. And so my question is, do we want to make the list of the district deviations and differences and sort them out like we did yesterday?
I think right now, I just would like to bring District 14 into deviation, into the accepted deviation. So if you would zoom into the line between the northern border, and put it on precincts, please.
And these are the Democrat Republican votes for the 2016 presidential election, I believe. We can double check it.
Okay, I don't think that, let's see, 14.
We can just use them for reference if nothing else to identify.
Yeah, okay. So will you assign from number 2 to number 14, will you assign that? Oh, you know what? Could we have the total population instead?
Yes.
Because that's,
yes,
I think, helpful.
So that's the precinct number and the total population.
Okay. Yeah. Can you add that one? 3482. Thank you. And then from District 18, can you add that? Yes, that one. You're reading my mind. And then a little farther down, when you're able to go a little bit south.
Can I turn off the?
Yeah, that would be great. If I
precinct
could just see
label?
the population, that would be helpful.
Yeah, it just confuses everything there. Okay, easier to read for me anyway.
Okay, slide down a little bit more. A little more. I thought I had found one that had a population from 18 into 14 of 2173, but I'm not seeing it. Okay, stay right there. Go up just slightly. And from 11 to 14, but I think 11 was one that we were, there was something about 11 that we need to be careful of. But it doesn't seem to be a VRA district. Anyway, those first two, the 2, 4, 8, 9, yes, those two, would you add them to 14?
I don't have any memory of
No?
11.
Okay, maybe it wasn't that. Okay.
Oh.
And then can you go up slowly so I can try and find the district in District 18 or the precinct in District 18? A little bit more. More. Okay, well, we need, let's see. Okay, let's move the 1820 that's right up at the very top of the screen. That's into there might be a better precinct.
Okay,
to
I'll
move,
just leave
but-
it highlighted for right now and you can.
Cynthia,
Does anyone see something better?
well, no, sorry. I'm looking, District 11 did not have a significant Black voting age population, correct?
Right.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, go down just a little more. Sorry. I must have written down the wrong number. Okay, instead of the one that you highlighted, highlight that bottom one, 3180. It'll take us a little under on 18. So we may want to figure something else out, but I just wanted to get that within the deviation we were
Shall I
going
assign that?
for. Yes, please.
Okay, so now we're looking at 0.73% low for 14 or 1,900 people, 1.71 low for 18.
Okay, will you undo that last change? I see something better, and I think Commissioner Eid has.
Yep, Commissioner Eid.
Yeah, I really don't think we should be splitting up West Bloomfield and Orchard Lake from Sylvan Lake and Kego Harbor. So I understand you're trying to bring the plan deviation down, but I would recommend looking somewhere else, maybe in District 2, or maybe since Farmington Hills is already split up, maybe over there.
So this is the same argument I've had over and over, that we should not be splitting up communities of interest to do these things, but that's what we've been doing, and no one cared the communities I was talking about. So
Well,
we just have to move things over.
It is your map, Commissioner Orton, and so make the changes that you want to change.
Okay,
And
so
then if
change-
people don't like it, their voice is their vote to not bring this forward, so.
Okay, go down, scroll down just a little bit. You're right at it. Okay, right at the, right there, wait, stop. Keeps moving. Okay, it's right at the very top of the screen right now. The 1195 and the one right above it. Would you move those in? And there may be other places that would be better to move, but
So now
for population,
14
that
is
works.
0.83 low, while 18 is 1.6 low. 16 is 2.63.
Commissioner Eid?
I don't know if it helps or not. I'm trying to determine other places that might achieve the same goal. And I think instead of those two districts, those two precincts, perhaps the one above it in Waterford a little bit might be better. So that 3-9, that 3-6-9-8, I think that would be preferable, or the 4-1-0-4. I think that also would be preferable. Just it's your map. I'm just trying to give you changes that I think might help and be preferable.
Okay, well, what about that? Yeah, that one that actually the cursor is on right now. Is that?
That would be preferable to
Okay.
the two you previously took.
Okay,
yes.
will you switch those, Kent, those last two, take off and
Yes.
add that one?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, I agree with what Anthony just said. I think we're better off working from Waterford over if we possibly can, if that accomplishes the objective, and try to keep Sylvan Lake and Kego Harbor and so forth together. I think it's really a balance of a COI as well as getting the deviation correct. So I think this works better.
So that works for the deviation from those. Can we zoom out so we can just kind of see the shape and just the whole district? Is there anything else that anyone sees that shouldn't have been moved in there? Looks good.
Give it a thumbs
Okay.
up.
If I could make one more small change, it's to district. It's between 20 and 21, which is Kalamazoo. If we can just take off 2 precincts, it'll bring those populations into better alignment.
Mr. Adelson.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that with the revised 14, the BVAT, the Black voting age population came down about 1.5 points. I don't necessarily think that that's dispositive, but I just wanted to point out that several of these districts are delicately balanced as far as the minority population. And while typically 1.5 points won't necessarily matter, just as an FYI as adjustments are being made. Thank you.
Commissioner Orton.
Yeah, I was trying to be careful of that. I thought that the Black voting age population in that district was higher than what we had been advised in the first place. So I thought that still kept it well within. Is that not true?
No, Commissioner Orton, I agree with that. This is more just as an FYI in general, that there may be districts where the population is lower than here. As I recall, the population was around 46%, 45.9. So it's more of an FYI rather than a specific concern about the revised District 14.
And Commissioner Orton, to your point, 42 to 43-ish% was what we were advised in the Oakland County area.
Thank you. Do you want to look at the election data for how it's changed?
No, I think that just looking at what's on the screen, I think the election data are good. As I explained, this is more just an FYI. I understand issues about addressing the deviation, population deviation. It's just something to keep in mind going forward, particularly in districts where the voting age population is lower than it is in this district.
Okay, so then if we could move over to the Kalamazoo area, 20 and 21. And where it sticks out right there, that one, yeah. If you could zoom in on that and on precincts, can you just move those left 2 precincts into 20? And from living in that area, I believe that this is a good community of interest change.
It's a good plan deviation change too.
And so my only other comment is I wonder if we want to go into 7 and kind of undo the partial changes that were made. I think it was just left that way, not on purpose. So I don't know if somebody wants to tackle that, but.
Would you help us? I think you were helping Commissioner Kellum at the time. You might remember some of the changes. It's still your turn.
Sure. I'm not sure I remember. I wonder if there's an overlay.
I think we can find, well, I know we can find one that will give us good direction. Just a moment.
I know basically we added on the bottom and took from the top. While he's looking for that, I'll just say, in looking at the plan deviation, the population deviation, I think these districts where it says largest up there, 4 and 17, and many of the top ones are the VRA districts that we tried so hard to change. So I really don't think we can change the plan deviation much without reworking all those.
I'm pretty sure I'm looking for the 1004 folder. We downloaded yesterday to start the plan. I'm just going to download it now to make sure.
Commissioner Clark, did you have a comment?
I did. I actually had a question. What's your objective with District 7, Cynthia?
Well, I think we had it the way we originally intended it when we were taking communities of interest and everything into account, and we had made it and the districts around it the way we wanted. And yesterday, when we were attempting to change it a little bit, we just kind of, that's when Kent's program crashed and we took the break. When we came back, we never went back to it. So I just think it was left undone. And I thought we might want to go back.
All you want to do is revert it back.
Yes.
To where it was. Okay. You don't want to try to make it more partisan fair. You're just
maybe we should
revert back.
Maybe we should run the report before we change anything and see.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe adding some from 6 down on the bottom into 7 and increasing the partisan fairness if that actually does that. But
that is what we were attempting. Yes, that's what Brittany was attempting yesterday, and it didn't seem to be working.
Correct.
So I believe in this partial attempt, I believe maybe we have split up more communities. So we might either want to go more or less. But
yeah, we did, because I think we went down and added Grosse Pointe Park. I'm not sure, but I think we did that yesterday. I'm not sure. Okay, I just wanted to know what the objective was. Thanks.
Mr. Segal.
My recollection, and we can do the overlay, is with a significant amount of changes in here, we lower the Republican percentage from like 50.7 or 8 down to 50.42. And we're getting to the point of trying to figure out if it was even possible to get this, basically drop it another whole percentage or 7/10. That's where it was left off, and we moved on to the next plan. So the question is, do you continue with this idea, trying to get this lower, leave it like it is, or back it up? Whatever you choose, Commissioner Ward.
Did you want to have the partisan fairness run first, or is it?
Yeah, let's do that.
So Commissioner Eads may have the previous numbers from before you started on this plan. Would you like to read them?
Sure. So I think this was a good idea to run these because I quite like the changes you made as it brought the population deviation down. Previously, the lopsided margins test was at 4.5%, and it is still at 4.5%. The mean median difference was at 2.2%. Now it's at 2.7%.
I had 2.8% previously. So that it went down from 2.8 to 2.7.
Yes, that is what I have as well. The decimal place seems to be off here, and it was rounding somehow. Yes, 2.8% to 2.7%. And then did you also have 3.4% previously?
For the efficiency gap?
Yeah.
I had 3.2.
Really? Okay, maybe I noted these down wrong. I think you have it.
Yeah, we can open it right
Yeah,
back
let's do
up. So we can do that if that would make everybody more comfortable. Pop in there and look at it. Okay. But 3.2 on this plan for efficiency gap and 0.3% proportionality bias seats 2018 Democrat.
Yeah. And it looks like I think that, that's the same. So that's unchanged. So we did have small improvements. In the right direction. So only with the mean median, from 2.8 to 2.6.
So now I can go in and look up that other file.
Lopsided was 4.5 and it stayed the same.
This is where we started right here. Remember, I saved it right in there. And wait a second, it couldn't find it. Just a moment. Oh, I know why. Because it's in a different folder name. It is in.
Commissioner Clark, do you have your hand raised?
I do. The numbers we were looking at, when I looked at 7, it ended up to be 50.1 Democrat, 49.9 Republican, which I think is the direction that we wanted to go. So is this the original without those numbers?
So this is at the top is Commissioner Orton's
current.
It's a plan with her edits in it. This is before she started.
Okay.
So the lopsided margins remain the same, 4.5, 4.5.
Correct.
The mean median difference, let me pop up here and change this one. Median difference was 2.8, went to 2.7, as Commissioner Rothorn had pointed out.
Yeah.
Efficiency gap is 3.2 previously. Previously was 3.2. This plan is still rounded to 3.2.
Okay.
Seats to votes. Let me get back down. Seats to votes here.
Okay.
So the seats to votes, the proportionality bias stayed the same.
Okay. Well, go back to the first one, the lopsided margin. So on the original plan, on number 7, if we revert back to how it was, like Cynthia is trying to do or wanted to do, then we flip it from a Republican to a Democrat. And I think that's just barely, but it flips. So I think the direction that Cynthia's taken to get it back to how it originally was is the right thing to do.
All right. With that, Commissioner Orton.
Excuse me, may I add? Something tells me something's not right about that.
Yeah, they're looking the same numbers.
Because that district was Democrat, and I just wonder if that was the error in that precinct when we were uploading. There was a precinct that appeared to be assigned, but actually wasn't, and it didn't show up until we tried to do edits on it.
Yeah.
A commissioner downloaded it and realized there's something not there.
Okay.
So I just wondering if we can open this plan up, go in there and actually check for some errors and see if that doesn't show up, because that's not what it was yesterday.
No. Let's let
And that's-
Cynthia go forward with getting it back to where she wants it, and then maybe we'll take another look at it. That'd be good.
Commissioner Orton?
I think maybe it is a good idea to check for errors and rebuild the plan just to make sure that it's good. I mean, if this is throwing our numbers off, then it doesn't help anything.
Yes. I think we shall do that. There's something. Just a moment. I'm going to assign that to 14.
Yes,
and,
please. Thank you.
Okay. See, and this plan says 50.42 in this index, but this is just this part. So let's go look at the statewide. Statewide, it is more Democrat. So that's the difference between looking at that index for just these races and the index for looking at all statewide races. You see Democrats are actually winning that district. So in fact, it is a Democrat district according to all statewide races.
Okay, and that's as it stands right now with the partial changes that we kind of made.
Yes.
Okay, well, can someone who is more familiar with the area look at the current configuration and see if we're splitting up some communities unnecessarily that we really should keep together? I don't know, like Grosse Pointe Park area.
We can watch these numbers right here to get a very detailed result, but you can see it out of 800,000 votes for each party, over 800, there's only roughly 3,000 separating them. So it's literally a 50-50 in my opinion, observationally.
If no one sees any changes that we really should make, then I think we should leave it as is because the numbers are good. I'm sure we'll hear if people want it different.
Commissioner Eid and then Commissioner Rothorn.
Yeah, I mean, you helped the numbers a little bit and you brought the population deviation down. So I think that's great.
And I just want, with the partisan fairness, because we're getting the seats votes ratio that looks like it's actually reflective of the whole with such a low 0.3, like it feels, but I also recognize it, but the efficiency gap isn't quite zero. So I wonder if there's any experts that can just help us. Like I know that that we need sort of composites and we need multiple margins, but I'm really struggling with, do we really need to get to one measure close to zero? Do we need to sort of keep trying to get the efficiency gap to zero? Or can we look at the seats votes ratio, like what we got here, which is so close, right? At 0.3%, right? And it does reflect the majority of the population, which is Democratic, right, is electing the majority of the seats. And it's with such a low margin, I'm tempted to say like, wow, we've done a really good job, but we don't have an efficiency gap. And we've heard from so many people that the efficiency gap should be close to zero. So I'm really struggling. Can you help, please?
What is it?
The efficiency gap, I think, was at 3.2.
Correct. So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
So the efficiency gap being at zero, again, a lot of the very passionate public comment was for everything to be equal. That is not what your constitutional language is. Now, the seats to votes ratio, again, as Dr. Hanley said, the rule for the seats to vote ratio is that the party that wins the majority of seats should be represented, or excuse me, that wins the majority of votes should be reflected as winning the majority of seats. You have a map where it's evenly split, which is also appropriate. A small gap is also appropriate in the favor of the party that would win, that has won the most votes in prior elections. So in the state of Michigan here today, that would be the Democrats. The seat to vote, if it changed, particularly when the gap is that small, it would reflect a change in the voting pattern of the state. That is the goal of that. Your other measures are not required to be zero. They are not required to be equal. It is that they shall not provide a disproportionate advantage. And I know that we received further guidance from Dr. Hanley on those measures and those ranges, and for the efficiency gap, specifically, the range was, let me pull up the pardon me one moment, it's loading. For the efficiency gap, the creators of the efficiency gap, and I'm looking at slide number 7 from Dr. Hanley's presentation. The creators of the measure argued that the 8% threshold above which that the 8% threshold was what should be considered unconstitutional. And then in another series of cases, a separate expert had testified that 7% or higher should be considered legally significant. So again, the guidepost there is 8% certainly would be the recommendation. And then if 7%, we would look at what the other measures demonstrated. But there is nothing in any of the guiding principles in the Constitution that mandate 0% or equal or any of those things. And I did want to acknowledge again that was heavily advocated for in public comment, but it was also heavily advocated for that the commission draw competitive districts throughout the process, which does not align with the Constitution.
Thank you. And I realize that you've said this multiple times to us, and I really appreciate, I think I'm finally getting it. Really, really, thank you for the repetition. I mean, I feel like, wow. And that's our Senate, and we're pretty good. Wow.
We were complimenting the numbers earlier this week.
All right.
Very impressive.
Chair Zatella.
Commissioner Eid?
Yeah, Commissioner Rothorn, my opinion is I agree with everything that you said. Each one of these measures have pros and cons to them, right? They're mathematical measures that are made, and each one of them has a pro and con. For example, lopsided margins test. I mean, that one especially, we're not going to be able to get it to zero because of how we've drawn some of the VRA districts to be compliant. But to me, and this is just my opinion, the seats to votes ratio is probably I don't want to say the most important, but that's the one that I kind of key in on, and that looks okay. And all the other numbers are close enough to zero for me to be comfortable with. So I think this is a good map. I could get behind it, and yeah.
All right. So are you done with your turn, or did you want to change another map?
I yield back.
Okay. Commissioner Rothorn?
The only thing I really want to do on this map is just, I want to, and I need more data. I need to have that voter turnout data. So I'm going to wait until we get that voter turnout and try to build a cushion into District 17 in particular. We're trying to respect what Commissioner Curry was offering earlier. So until I have that data, I'm going to say we're good. I like it. So I have no changes. And this is the Senate, sorry. So the House, I just don't have it. I have been focusing on facilitation, y'all, to be clear. So, and I just don't have, so my mapping mind is not, I'm not there. Whew, I'm feeling emotional, sorry.
Commissioner Orton.
Well, it sounds like we're within our deviations and everyone seems pretty happy with this. So my suggestion is that when we put this one on the shelf or wherever we're putting it, that we name it something so that we realize this was our last day and everything came into consideration and that we were happy with it.
Yeah, so that's maybe how I would use my turn. Let's just try to, name this one. I think Mr. Stegall, I think you helped us. I can't remember. Yeah, sorry. You and John are so wonderful to all of us. So I'm just thinking like there was a way that we made it complete, or we tried to name. Does that? It probably was with John, huh? Commissioner Witches may have a memory of it.
Commissioner Witches.
I was going to say, I got an idea for naming this map. Senate Draft Candidate 1. That's simple.
I'm okay with that. It doesn't jive with our naming convention, but I think we can have the naming convention and then we put that in like the long name or the short name, maybe. Senate Draft. Say it one more time, please, Commissioner.
Senate Draft Candidate 1.
Senate Draft Candidate 1.
I'm not involved in the actual naming, but as far as candidate, I don't know. That needs to be in there. If you want to just do Senate,
honestly,
plan.
Yeah, but I think Commissioner Witches, what he's trying to do is help, right? We've even gotten public comment today that's like we all need something more than what is current. Like our naming convention isn't quite helping us stay as organized as we'd like to. So I think
I thoroughly agree with that, and I think so you shall or should make it more unique as you funnel down to your primary work plans, but however y'all want to do it, define it and we'll implement it.
And that's what I'm going to try to do with my turn. So I see Commissioner Orton, and then I want to recognize the secretary, please.
I think it's great if you do that with your turn. I was thinking maybe just in the long name or the tag, one of the other places, maybe we could put whatever we're going to put.
We can also just do her initials like we've been doing in the short name, because then it's clear this is the one she worked on, which I think helps.
But all I did was change population like we've been doing on our turn. So it's not mine.
So I see 3 hands. Do you want me to help? Should I facilitate? You want to facilitate? Well, Sarah Reinhardt and Mr. Stegall also wanted to get in.
Okay. Sarah, go ahead.
Thanks. One thing the commission might consider is once you determine which maps will go forward into public hearings, you could rename them at that time to distinguish them. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Stegall.
Okay, what I want to make clear is the plan name that's here. When we put it up to my districting, it's going to show up there. So we have to, it's not just what it's going to be on paper or what is on our screens, but it's going to be what the world sees online. The complete in the comments or remarks area was to show that this is a complete statewide plan. That's what's we were told that, the public wanted to know which ones were an entire state. But now we're at that next level. And I think this needs, when y'all have, this is called a base. Once you have that base plan, give it a unique identifier that moves it to the next level, however because we got remarks, we got comments, we got plan names, we got tags we can include. And that has to mesh with my districting all the way down to the desktop. So let's get something unique and clear is my point. Unlike what I just went through.
Commissioner Witches.
I just don't think, I think we're making the naming piece way too complicated. Like this is the first one that we're somewhat in the consensus on of something that we want to vote on. So just Senate Draft 1, or I said candidate because we can have multiple candidates that we want to potentially bring forward. I mean, that solves the problem. You don't need to even put a date on it.
What if we, instead of candidate, what if we said draft proposed? Like, because you haven't used that, right? Because I think that's been our language up till now in our mapping process, draft proposed. Does that sound right?
That's fine. I mean, just something to distinguish it from how it has been put on. So that's why I put candidate. If you want to put draft proposed Senate plan, go ahead. Or proposed Senate plan 1, go ahead. But it shouldn't be taking a whole lot of time to figure out a name for our convention. We're spending way too much time on this.
Like I said, I mean, we're swirling over a name. Let's just follow our naming convention, please. And then, I understand you feel there's a consensus, but we have quite a few Senate plans, and I wouldn't prefer this one over any of the other congressional ones or collaborative ones we've done at this point, because I haven't looked carefully at all of them and compared them. So I just don't want to create the impression that somehow this is what we're going with when there's 13 people on the commission who might have different opinions about that. That's my concern. So I'd rather us just stick with our naming convention at this point, because we're going to deliberate over what plans we want to move forward on Monday.
And because we didn't nail this naming convention down from day one, there's been massive confusion ongoing because it was never a real concern. You're literally doing like a bill drafting, you're doing substitutes, you're doing amendments, you're doing amendment to a substitute. Yeah, different people are downloading them and changing them. And then a couple of weeks go by and it's, well, which one is the plan that we collaborated on? And I mean, we don't, EDS or myself, we don't define that. You guys do.
Okay.
And I understand what Commissioner Witches says, and I think, definitely when the plans you take on the road will have significance. They'll start like a new series, like the drafts, but you're going to end up with Senate Draft Proposal 1, version 1, version 2, AE, version 6, DC, I don't know, but I just want to have a path to keeping these versions straight.
Commissioner Rothford and Commissioner Clark.
So I just want to say, so what I'm hearing is it's not going to be as simple as we'd all like it to be. So I'm going to try to work with staff and try to figure out something. So again, my turn is over, and I'm just going to try to help us think through some different options and look at our mapping process and come back later.
May I have the floor?
Oh, yes, go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
I think we have a comment field. Keep the name the same. We have a comment field, and just in the comment field, and I don't know if it's called comment, but whatever it is, just say candidate for hearings. And so we know that we've got one that we feel is a decent candidate, and at least it's marked that way, so we can refer back to it quickly. And I think we have this one. I think we have, I think, three or four congressional ones from yesterday. And that way we don't lose them in the mass with no identifier at all.
Commissioner Weiss.
All right, I have a suggestion. Sister Miss Kent, that you do the mapping, upload it, download it. Do you have a suggestion that would take care of this problem?
I have not studied every single comment, remark field, but I can do that.
I want you to come up with a name that makes sense, that we can find it again and be able to access it.
And I can work on that, and I'd be glad to lay it out.
Thank
because
you.
the way it's going to work, here's the current plan name, and then it would become this or something when y'all pass it, take it on the road, and then it just steps down with versions or amendments or however you want to do it.
How about we do this? Can you put like a star or an asterisk? Can you put that after the end of SD? And that way it's a visual representation that this was one that some commissioners were interested as possibly being the one. Can we do that? Does that work for everybody?
That would be the start.
Okay, so let's just do that.
I wrote this plan down as a note, and we'll put something in there.
Commissioner Witches?
No, that would be a unilateral decision here at this point from you. What's the difference between me saying, changing it to be draft Senate map 1 or whatever I said with candidate, but then you said now we will just put a star behind it. I don't think that's appropriate. And we're spending way too much time on mundane stuff here at this
I
particular
agree.
point.
All right, then just leave it the way it is for now. Okay, so what? I know, I saw Commissioner Lang is leaving in 25 minutes. She sent me yep, and she's nodding her head. So at this point, without objection, we're going to take a 10-minute break because once she leaves, we will be down to 9 and we won't be able to take a break again without losing quorum. So it is currently 11:35 a.m. Let's take a 10-minute break so everyone can take care of their personal needs, and we will come back at 11:45 unless I hear some objections to that. All right, let's come back at 11:45, everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, as chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 11:50 a.m. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely as well as your physical location. I'll call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present, and I am attending today's meeting remotely from Rochester Hills.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eid.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett. Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett. Present. Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
9 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. Okay, Commissioner Witches?
All right, so given the fact that the Senate map that we were just working on complies to, as far as I can tell, and based off of our legal opinions from our councils that we have, I move that we publish this latest map and vote that we bring this on to our second round of public hearings.
General Counsel, did you have a comment on that? Or Ms. Reinhardt?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just for clarity, Commissioner Witches, you're referring to the plan that was just amended prior to the break, correct? And Ms. Reinhardt might have
Thank you, General Counsel. So the commission can certainly vote as it wishes. However, I would note that the next step in your process, once you are done making edits on maps, is to determine the total number of collaborative maps that you want to bring through. And then once that determination has been made, a vote for all of the collaborative maps would occur. But with that said, of course, the commission has the authority to adjust the process as it sees fit. But that is the outline of the current process that the commission has adopted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have it moved and seconded to, can you restate that for me, Dustin, please?
That we, and I believe this is the one here, that we vote to publish state Senate map named 10-821 V1 SD and have that be one of the collaborative maps that we bring forward for our second round of public hearings.
Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Commissioner Eid?
Well, I like the map, and when we do decide to vote on it, I'll vote in favor to put it through. But I got to be honest, I don't think this is the right time to do it. We only have 9 commissioners here now. And my understanding from yesterday was that we'd wait till Monday or Tuesday to do this, just so that, more people could have an opinion. And I do think it's important to decide how many collaborative maps we want to take first. And I just don't think it's necessary to take the vote at this particular time.
Thank you, Commissioner Eid. I would concur with that. I feel like it's premature. I feel like we haven't really had a chance to study the map at all because the changes were just made. And yes, we could see some of them online, but I would want to look at it, compare it, run the metrics on it, compare it to the other plans that we have, look at communities of interest that might have been changed before we get to that point, particularly if we're, I would hate to approve a plan today and then on Monday have us say, oh, well, we can only take 2. And then we've got 5 other plans that we want to look at. And now I just don't want to lock it in. We still have people drawing. We haven't gone through all of the list. I just think it's premature. Commissioner Orton.
Well, you said you want to be able to look at, see what changes about the changes that were made, but we changed a few precincts to to equal out population, which is what we've been doing all along. This is the total collaborative map that we have only worked on in public meetings together. No one has done anything to it besides that. So we've seen the changes all along, and we created it with all of the requirements in account in the right order.
Right. And I still want to compare it. I mean, I think that's doing your due diligence to compare to what else we have out there before locking us into one plan, which we might look at it over the weekend and, you know, or maybe have other commissioners, you know, make additional changes today that we like better. I just think when we're in the middle of mapping, I just think it's premature to decide on one map. Any additional question, Commissioner Lott?
Well, regardless of which way we voted today, it's not locking us into anything. The only thing this would do, if it was voted up, would be put it in the mix. It's not preventing us from voting 10 other maps into the mix. However, I do think that with only 9 commissioners here, we're just opening ourselves up to have some of the commissioners who aren't here voicing their concern that we're doing something nefarious behind their back.
I would agree with that as well. Any other comments?
I have a comment, to Commissioner.
Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
I would like to amend the motion to include the 4 districts we identified as candidates in the congressional maps that we identified yesterday.
So for clarification purposes, Mr. Clark, Dustin was moving to adopt a Senate map. So I'm a little confused as to what you're referring to with congressional districts.
We worked on congressional districts yesterday and then identified 4 that we thought we could move forward. If you want to handle Senate separate from the congressional, I'm fine with that too. I mean, if we're going to move maps.
Yeah, so General Counsel is indicating that that would not be a proper amendment.
Okay, then I'll withdraw it. I'll withdraw it. And
All
why
right.
is it not proper?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Clark. Through the chair, the motion on the table is to adopt the Senate plan, the motion on the table is to put the Senate plan that Commissioner Witches identified 10-8-21 V1 SD through to publication and consideration for the second round of published hearings. And I believe your motion to amend would be to add on the 4 congressional plans to that. And that would be a separate topic altogether.
A separate motion altogether?
Correct. And again, to echo Ms. Reinhardt, the mapping process document has the commission considering both the collaborative and the alternate plans. And maybe that would also help with our verbiage on what to call them. The collaborative plans and the alternate plans. But again, the motion would just be a standalone motion, Commissioner Clark.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Rothorn.
And I'm going to just acknowledge that I am tempted to vote on this because I do think the public needs as much notice as possible before we go into the public hearings. So I appreciate the sense of urgency. And I think what Commissioner Lett said and others have repeated is that we need to have as many commissioners here as possible just to make sure that as we understand the commissioners understanding our process, we need to be build as much trust as possible with each other as well as the public. So yes, I want to get it out to the public as much as possible so they can review it, but we need to all be here and we're not able to be. We only have 9 today. So I'm not going to vote for it.
Madam Chair?
Yes, General Counsel.
Again, that the motion would just recognizing again that it is not in alignment with the process document.
Okay.
And so the commission can choose to move forward just with noting that this would be suspending the mapping process that's set forth in the document approved on September 7th.
Okay. Any additional comments? So I think we're ready to vote on this. Ms. Reinhardt, I'm going to ask for a roll call on this.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Witches, I'm going to restate the motion. Please let me know if this is in alignment with what it is you motioned. The motion is to suspend the process document for deliberations and proceed with approving the plan 10-8-21 V1 SD, moving it forward for consideration during public hearings. Is that accurate? Thank you. Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Anthony Eid.
No.
Steve Lett.
No.
Cynthia Orton.
Yes.
MC Rothorn.
No.
Rebecca Zatella.
No.
Janice Villette.
Yes.
Richard Weiss.
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
Yes.
Doug Clark.
Yes.
By a vote of 5-4, the motion carries.
All right. Moving forward, Commissioner Eid.
I would like to motion that we designate Tuesday, October 12th as the date we are going to follow our rules of procedure and vote on how many collaborative maps we're going to bring forward and subsequently vote on the maps we're going to take forward.
No, you didn't. Commissioner Orton.
Do you want to state it and then during discussion I'll?
Oh, sure. So we have a motion from Commissioner Eid to determine on Tuesday of next week the number of maps we're bringing forward and which maps we are bringing to the public hearing. And it was seconded by Commissioner Lett. Commissioner Orton.
So yesterday we kind of had this discussion and we were advised by our staff that we shouldn't determine a certain day, that we could bring any of them forth whenever they were ready so that they could be again being worked on and put out to the public. So I don't understand why that would be necessary to just put a certain date on it when we were advised not to. But also I lost my other thought. I think maybe we need to go into the next part of the process and decide how many we're going to take or that we're going to take them all, whatever, so we can move forward.
Commissioner Eid, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just want to respond to that. I think the pros of setting an actual date to do this outweigh the cons. I think it gives notice to, the commissioners to, make sure you're here on Tuesday. So we're all ready to vote and have a vote with more than 9 commissioners. And it also goes with, the order of the process that we've already approved to determine the number of collaborative maps before we actually decide on any particular collaborative map. So, I know it puts a date on it, but I think having that date is better than not having that date. And then it's going to save us time also today and Monday when it comes to working on the collaborative maps and presenting the individual maps. So I think it also makes sense from an efficiency standpoint.
Commissioner Orton.
I have one more question. General Counsel, could you explain the voting? Like, as we're voting on these maps to take into the public hearings, it just needs a majority with a quorum present?
Correct. Through the chair to Commissioner Orton, yes. So to determine the number of proposed maps, and I am on page 10 of the process document. So to answer your question, yes, to decide on the number of proposed plans and select which plans would be brought forward, published brought into the second round of public hearings, it is a majority vote. There is nothing in the Constitution that puts any any other, this is an internal document that the commission has devised. So yes, it is a straight majority vote. As far as the breakdown, I did want to just briefly take a moment, and my comments yesterday were that I believe the suggestion was to set the date to vote for Monday, or there were times being suggested in that. And my comments were that the commission has through Tuesday and to not limit itself in that regard. So certainly the commission has the discretion and the authority over its affairs to set whatever date and time it likes. My recommendation was that it not limit that. Of course, recognizing the downstream activities, but I just wanted to make that comment. And either I or Ms. Reinhardt would be happy to or Ms. Hammersmith, Executive Director Hammersmith, can walk through again that process on the number of maps and the maps if the commission needs. Thank you.
Thank you, General Counsel. Any additional comments? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Ms. Reinhardt, can you call a roll call again?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioner Eid, I'm going to restate the motion, and please let me know if I capture it accurately. The motion is to designate Tuesday, October 12th as the date for determining the number of draft proposed maps that will be carried forward into the public hearings, as well as voting on which maps. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Thank you. Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Steve Lett. Yes. Cynthia Orton.
No.
MC Rawthorn.
No.
Rebecca Satella.
No.
Janice Follett.
No.
Richard Weiss.
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
No.
Doug Clark.
Yes.
Anthony Eid.
Yes.
By a vote of 4 yes to 5 no, the motion fails.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. All right, so at this point, we're going to go back to mapping. MC, you did not want to have a turn, correct? Or you were passing on your turn so you could facilitate?
My turn was to try to get the naming convention, but I'm going to come back later. So yes, I am done with my turn.
Okay. All right. So that makes it my turn. So I have a couple of proposed changes to the different maps, and I'm just going to try to make all 3 of them just boom, boom, boom real quick.
Chair, may I ask, or my impression is this plan that I have highlighted is not to be modified from here on out because it's going public, right?
At this point, yes.
So if we do
Yes.
anything to this plan, we're going to make a copy of it and then start editing, correct?
Yes, because
Okay.
this plan, this, let me write it down, 10/08/21, version 1, SD.
And I just put that
State
tag
Senate,
on
yeah.
there as reference to don't
Yeah.
touch it.
Okay. So yes, so we're not actually going to start with that map, so don't worry about it for right now. What I want to start with is the congressional map, which was Doug's, which I think is actually that one right there. Let me look at the name. On our portal, it's number 219.
Yeah.
And I think I see it right there. I thought
Oh,
I
yeah,
just did.
the name on the map, I believe, is 10-07-21 version 1 CDDC. That's
DC,
on-
yep. Yep, that's the one right there. Congressional 10/07/21 V1 CDDC. That's the one I want to open up.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, when you want to,
I want to open it and we're
Or
going to
make a
create
copy of it.
a clone. Well, I mean, you just make a
let's
clone.
make a copy of
Yeah.
it because that's been posted. I don't know why it says that. We're going to change that right now. Yeah, I put that on the house plan. We'll look into that. Okay, Commissioner, where we're going to start?
So can you bring in the shape file from my plan that's posted out on the website as well? So it's
Okay, I
Plan
can,
224.
I think I downloaded that.
Yeah, and it's 10/07/2021 CDRAS.
At 10:07.
10/07, yeah, 10/07/2021 CDRAS.
Okay, let me download it. I thought I had it.
Yeah,
I'd already
it's-
done that,
it's
but I was mistaken.
224 on the website. Yep, that top one.
Okay, Commissioner, here's your plan.
So did you just import that over what he had? I'm sorry.
I believe so. I mean, is it not?
Yeah, I'm,
Okay, I'm going to bring in that shape file.
yeah, if you
and
could just bring in the shape file onto his plan so that we can see variations. That's what I'm looking for. Commissioner Orton.
I just request again, before we work on any, that we run the reports so that we can see
Yes,
what we change.
that would be very helpful.
So that is the plan I downloaded. Do we need to look at this again? And I mean, it's identical, or appears to be.
To Doug's plan?
Yeah.
So this is
Let
this
me-
is the original plan. Did you bring in the shape file of my plan? Or
Yes, that's what that's supposed to be. Let me look at it. Let's look at it
yeah,
online.
they shouldn't be identical because there were some variations
Okay,
and
I'm gonna go look at it online.
maybe it's the wrong ones loaded up.
So number 224. Uploaded early this morning. And this is different, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, let me download it again. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't have answers to any of these questions that I know are deserved questions.
So this is bringing in Doug's plan, right, and rewriting it?
This is very much bringing in, I downloaded again. I just wonder if I hit like import only non-overlapping
Yeah.
or something odd. I don't know.
Yeah,
thought-
I just want to see mine as a shapefile on top of his plan. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I would like to note for the record that Commissioner Kellum has joined for the purposes of the public record. Commissioner Kellum, can you state your location where you are remote from?
Absolutely, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Thank you. What is going on?
I don't know. I mean, y'all saw me download it. I was looking at it. I just don't know.
You what? Commissioner Eve?
This base map you're looking at is not the changes that Commissioner Clark made yesterday. It is just the same as your
Yeah.
map. So it's the base map,
Yeah,
not
we
the
need the base
overlay.
map. We need
that needs to
Commissioner
be
Clark's
changed.
base map. So if you could close this, because this is my map, I think.
It would be the one that reads 10/06/21 V1 CD with Commissioner Clark's initials. Yes, that one.
No, not, which
No,
one
wait.
did you say?
Yeah, that one. DC, Doug Clark.
Yes, the 07 one, yes.
Uh,
That's the one we want to open.
Is that not, I swear, I thought that's one.
It's all right. It's been a long week. Okay, and now can,
Noticeably different. I'll overlay what we downloaded multiple times.
okay, so do we need to save this as a different plan before we do anything, I think, or do we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me go back to your, excuse me.
I just don't want to mess up what Commissioner Clark did. All right. Wait, is that the? I think it's got to be the DC one that we've got to make a copy of. And then we'll just name it 10/08/21. Version 1. We can just put the RAS at the end. Okay, and make a copy. Okay, so that looks like what I want to do. So as you see, there's no changes to 1 and 2, but there are slight adjustments between 3, 10, and 6. So I want to assign it following my line for those 3 districts. So the parts that are currently from 6 that are in 10 right now, I want to assign into 10. Commissioner Orden.
So you want me,
Go ahead. So yeah, I just wonder if while he's making the changes in each area, if you could explain.
Yeah,
the
so
reasoning.
I really like Doug's map. I think it's really good. And I think it gets us closer to partisan fairness without having to do that Grand Rapids Kalamazoo. But my concern with Doug's map was the one precinct he flipped is 50.1% Democratic, which to me is so close to the margin as to effectively not really be balanced. And so by making these minor changes along these lines, it creates a stronger Democratic district that's 55.6% and overall reduces, let me look at my numbers here. It keeps the seat bias the same, but it reduces the efficiency gap by 0.1. It reduces the lopsided margin a little bit too. So it's just to make it a little bit more solid than what Doug has without making too many major changes. Commissioner Orton.
But don't we want them to be close?
We want them to be close, but 50.1 is like so close as to not really balance out the seats to votes ratio.
Chair Zatella?
Yes.
Does it, one of the things that we was brought up was the thumb area and the Metro Detroit area. Does it, I can't tell right now, is District 10, I think, is that area. Does your address or map address that at all?
What do you mean what am I addressing?
The idea that the thumb is so rural and the Metro Detroit regions, I feel like all of our congressional maps actually, none of our congressional maps or alternatives address that. I'm just wondering if yours addresses that.
Addresses
The
trying
id-
to keep the thumb more rural, is that what you're saying?
Or keep Metro Detroit more with Metro Detroit, less with the,
It does to the extent possible.
Okay.
Because this is more of the eastern edge of the suburbs, but the reality is the thumb just does not have enough population by itself.
Right.
For congressional.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Eid.
I would agree with that. I mean, we got to put the thumb somewhere and it doesn't really go with anywhere else. So I think the northern Oakland County suburbs are probably the best place for it. If we had a 14th district, I think that would be a perfect place for it,
Yes.
but we only have 13.
Yeah. Commissioner Orton.
So I'm a little confused. This is a lot of changes. So is this your map or you're wanting to put this forth as a collaborative map?
Well, I don't really think it's a lot of changes. It's 3 districts out of 13. So, but yes, this will be a collaborative map. Did he run it before you ran it? I'm not sure in the confusion, but you can always reopen the.
I was
other
gonna say,
one.
I think we have the numbers
We do
from
have 'em, yeah.
Doug's,
Yeah, we do.
right? Okay.
Yeah, I've got them if you.
And can you change the color between 10 and 3 so we can make sure we have that assigned properly at that upper edge? I feel like. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so with this, rather than the thumb dipping down to Milford, we're putting Milford with the, kind of West Bloomfield Pontiac area, which I think it's a little bit more closely tied to. All right, I think that's it. Can you first of all, save it. Second of all, can you check for plan errors to make sure there aren't any unassigned areas?
Check what, excuse me?
Check for plan errors.
Yeah.
Discontinuities.
Are we going to run the
Please
report?
run the report, yes.
Okay, here we are.
All right, thank you. So it doesn't change much on the margins. So they're both 4.1% for lopsided margins. They're both, I believe, if we can look at the mean median, mine is 2.2, and I believe Doug's is 2.7. So there's a little improvement there. I see Anthony nodding his head. In terms of the efficiency gap, this plan is a little lower at 0.7. Doug's was 0.8. In terms of the balance, the proportionality balance is the same. But if you notice the difference in that District 5 and 6, where Doug's for 6 was at 50.1, this is, and if you go to the lopsided margins, it's a little easier to see on that page. Thank you. This is, instead of that District 6 being 50.1, it's now 55.8. And the thumb district has bumped up a little bit more Republican. So we now have, a little bit more balanced of the districts and performs a little better. All right. Commissioner Villette.
I'm sorry, I missed. Did you move Milford out away from the other townships that it was with?
Well, Milford currently was going up with the thumb.
Well, I agree Milford doesn't belong with the thumb, but it also belongs with those other townships that it was with Highland and White Lake.
It still is with
Can I
Highlands
see
and
that?
White Lake.
Well, I missed it. Maybe I missed.
Yeah, it still is. It's just instead of going up with the thumb, it now goes with 3, which I think actually makes more sense.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
I missed it.
Yeah, I think that actually makes more sense than it going all the way to thumb.
Well, it doesn't, it really doesn't belong with the thumb.
Oh, Doug has who has his hand up? Doug? Commissioner
Yeah, I
Clark?
do. Yeah, let me say a few comments. Here's my perception of what just happened, Rebecca. We've taken a almost 50-50% district and slanted it toward the Democrats at 55-46, I think it was, something like that. And then we've added more to 10, which is already a Republican district significantly, which isn't going to change anything really. Yeah. So I see this as more supporting the Democrats and less supporting the Republicans in the move. Given what we looked at yesterday, I would support Anthony's map more than I would support this one, and just for the reasons I just talked about.
Okay, Commissioner E, did you have a comment?
Couple comments. So we should remember that competitiveness 50-50 is not one of the constitutional requirements, and this does drop the efficiency gap closer to 0. That's really the only number that changed. It went from 0.8, which are in Commissioner Clark's edits and my own edits, to the base draft, and the base draft was all the way at 8.7. So we have a couple that are at 0.8, but this one brings it down to 0.7 while having the other numbers be the same. So that is more in the direction that we're supposed to go. I quite like these changes. I think that having a way to put Milford with the rest of Oakland County without going all the way up to the thumb is preferable. I was trying to figure out a way to do that myself, but couldn't, probably because I put Southfield into District 2, which I still think is something we should explore. But overall, yeah, I like what you did. I think it really makes sense for Oakland County. The only thing is Southfield and Troy, but we're gonna have to sacrifice and compromise somewhere.
Yeah. All right, Commissioner Rothorn.
Doug, what I heard what you said, but I don't, and I know you were expressing a feeling or trying to use the numbers, but I'm still looking at the lopsided margins here and seeing that it still looks like we're still at a Republican leaning district, right? That what Rebecca did not shift it towards the Democrats in a significant way. It's still Republican leaning. So I guess help me understand more of what you were saying, that yeah, because I think it is important to understand, right, our feelings as well as the numbers, right? And yeah, so help me understand what you were saying.
It's not feelings, it's perception that I'm looking at. I look at District 6. It was almost 50% for both parties, which to me, and I know we're looking at this statistically and not from that perspective alone, but it was a significant change. It's like 5%, over 5% difference in change. And then you ended up adding Republican seats to district that's highly Republican. So I see that as a method of increasing the Democrats' position in this. And I know the seats are the same. I see that. But yeah, look at 6
and what I'm challenged by is that I hear that that's your perception, but I'm not seeing it showing up in the actual numbers, right? And I think that's what I'm struggling to try to make sure that I'm using data that our experts are giving us. So I wonder if we can have our experts walk us through and make sure that whatever Commissioner Clark's perception is accurate. That would help me, please.
Correct. And I think Cynthia mentioned the same concern earlier, as I recall. But yeah, let's do that. Let's have them walk us through it.
Okay, at the bottom spreadsheet is Commissioner Doug Clark's districts, 5 and 6.
Correct.
At the top is Commissioner Zatella's. District 5 and Commissioner Zatella's is 50.6% Democrat. And Commissioner Clark's District 5 is 50.6. In District 6 and Commissioner Zatella's, District 6 is 55.8. District 6 and Commissioner Clark's plan is 50.1. In District 7, they're both the same, 61.2.
10 would be the next one where there'd be a change.
Excuse me?
10 would be the next district where there will be a change. Everything else is the same.
Yeah. So, yeah, okay. I'll just lay them up there and y'all can look at them for what it's worth.
If you could read off 10, that would be great because I can't see the bottom.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get them all up there and it's just, it's really not efficient. So 8, 9 are the same. 10 is 61.3. 10 is 61.3. 11 is 54.9, 54.9, 57.2, 57. So the only differences are in fact 5 and 6. Districts 5. The percent differential change. And actually it's only 6.
It's only 6, yeah.
District 6, right?
Okay.
And that's what improves the efficiency gap.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to mention my concerns. I mean, this is Rebecca's map, so I mean, it's she's got every right to change these things like this.
Well, it's not my map. This is if what Commissioner Orton just did with the Senate map is a collaborative map, then
Correct.
This is a collaborative map.
But I
I'm
agree with
getting
you. 100.
fed up.
I agree with you
I'm getting,
100%.
can I talk, Doug? I'm
Oh,
getting
yeah, I'm
fed
sorry.
up with certain rules apply to some commissioners and not to others. If we are going to follow a process, let's keep it consistent, please. If what she did is a collaborative map, then what I just did is a collaborative map. It is in a public hearing. Other people can comment on it. You're giving your opinion. It is a collaborative map, okay? It's not my personal map.
No, I agree. It's your changes to the collaborative map.
Thank you.
But it's still, yeah, I agree. I didn't mean to infer otherwise at all, Rebecca.
Thank
So,
you.
Yeah. Hey, here's the one. We took things away from 10 and added to 10, did we not?
Yes.
Okay.
We took
That's why the percentages are in line. Yeah. Okay.
Milford and Highlands and move them in with 3.
Okay, good. So
All right,
I yield back. Yep.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Rothorn.
Yeah, and so it's important for me as I try to assess all the different options we have. I'm trying to make sure that we are moving in a direction that does work towards partisan fairness. And what I think Commissioner Zatella did was move us in the direction of partisan fairness. And my memory of the last time that, yeah, so can we look at the seats votes ratio, the comparison, please? Because that felt like it was one of those things that helped. I understood that the best.
It's the same.
It's the same. Interesting. So it's really just the efficiency. So it's not okay. So then there were pieces okay. So it's just the efficiency gap.
Commissioner
Okay.
Ede.
Yeah, I agree. It is more partisanly fair because the efficiency gap is closer to 0. But I mean, it's 0.1%. I think the main thing actually is a community of interest reason, because it keeps more of that southern Oakland County, that's closer to Detroit, more together than the other parts, than like both my adjustment that I made yesterday that had Milford with the UP with the thumb. And I think as who said it earlier that they wanted, it was someone on that side of the table. I'm not sure exactly. I think it was Commissioner Vallette who agreed that Milford should be more so with the rest of Oakland County than the thumb area. And I'm just saying I tried to do that, but I couldn't figure it out on my edits. So yeah, I like this plan from a communities of interest standpoint.
Commissioner Witches.
I was just gonna echo what Anthony said. He beat me to it. You did 2 things here. The community, you respect the community of interest boundaries here, and you also improved the partisan fairness. So 3 and 4 adjusted with these, in my opinion, what would be minor changes to the collaborative map actually worked out very well.
Thank you, Commissioner Witches.
Yep.
All right, can we move on from this map?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I was just looking for the plan deviation. Okay, thank you.
0.26. I'm sorry, Mr. Stegall. And you got the plan deviation, General Counsel? Okay. All right, can we save this, close it, and then we're going to move on to the House? Okay, so the house plan I'm looking for is 217, which is the 100721 V1 HD. Yep, that's it right there. So can we open that up? And then if you have, go ahead and just.
Okay.
Yeah, why don't you copy it? Yes, do that, please.
Are we, yeah, we're copying this,
So
correct?
yeah, copy that, please. Make a clone.
Thank you.
And again, just if you can title it like 100821 V1 HD RAS. Okay, and now we're gonna do the same process with pulling in a shape file from Plan 214. And then, so you have 214 under the State House, that one right there. Commissioner Ede.
I just have a question about the base. Is this the base that that we started on this morning, or the base that has the changes that Commissioner Lang made earlier today?
This does not have Commissioner Lang's changes. Okay, so before we do anything else, I want to run the partisan fairness report on this plan.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. That's we're running the partisan fairness on the base plan.
Yes.
That's 10-7-21 V1 HD. Thank you.
Yes. Plan 217.
So this is where you're currently at with it.
Okay, so lopsided is 6.3.
Lopsided is 6.3. The mean median difference, MMD, is 3.4. Efficiency gap is 6.4. Seats votes ratio is 55-55, minus 2.3 for the Democrats, 2.3 for the Republicans, 50-50%, 55-55 seats.
All right, thank you. So let's go into the plan. And I want to zoom in to District 69, 68, 67, that whole area there. And we're going to start with District 70. So go a little to the left. It's Jackson, yeah. So a little bit to the left. Okay, so we're going to just take those areas all the way to Chelsea and put them into Jackson. So assign into 70.
So I'm going to follow the
Just follow the
red
lines.
boundaries,
Yep.
and this will be 70,
Yep.
66. Okay, I'll start there. If I miss something or
Yep.
just stop me.
Oops, wrong district. So that should be 66. If you're doing that first, that should be, yeah, that should be 66. Yeah, I had to do that at the block level. All right, there we go. Once he gets done, I will. So, because I'm going to need to direct here in a second. So I will warn you that this area has some weird geography. So once we assign everything, we might have to go back through and reassign things, particularly.
I see it where the precinct boundary here and the township boundary is there. I think that's why we were getting errors just now. So,
All right. I think that's okay to just leave it how it is.
but it is following your current.
Yep.
And I see oddities down in here to
Yeah.
graphics. So,
Yeah.
that
All right.
appears to be 70.
Yeah. So now that whole top portion that's sitting there in pink is going to become District 69.
This is all
Yep, all
69. Okay.
69. You might have to zoom into Dexter to see where that line sits because, and yeah, 66 didn't want to go. All right, that's good. Can you zoom back out? So that one precinct or one township didn't assign for some reason.
Where's this?
Go back to, look back to where you were. Zoom out. You see how there's that 166 sitting there?
Oh, yes. Yes. I don't know how I got there because I
Yeah,
definitely.
I know you
thought I
had
had
it selected. That's
I
what I'm
had-
saying. Like there's something with the geography in this area that it's a little weird. For some of these, I had to go in at the block level and assign them because it wasn't working.
I'm going to
higher
make
up.
note of this and see if we can't get something figured out over the weekend about. This is the kind of stuff that is probably causing the system crashes at times.
Mhm.
Okay, so the next area is Ann Arbor.
Yes. So you should have everything you want in there. So that now that little portion of Ann Arbor is going to go into 66.
Okay, so this doesn't. So let's clear this out. I'm going to change the color so I can see them better.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just 60.
So yeah, if you can just keep assigning that area of Ann Arbor into 66. And then again, you'll have to go to the block level for those little weird precincts. Still one sticking there. Can you get that one kind of sheet after you get this C-shaped one down below?
Commissioner, where were you speak? Oh, right there.
No, further. Yep, right there. There it is. Thank you for saving.
Yeah, that I'm gonna actually export it as well, so we don't have to.
Okay, so continue to work with, we're now going to go to District 68, and we're going to assign those areas that used to be in 66 into 68. Yep. And if you could put those areas into 67 that are currently in 68, are there discontinuities there? So go ahead. Yep, and put that into 65. All right, and then that area that's green right now is going to go up into 36. All right, and if you could zoom out, I think that's it. Can we look at the difference between 110 and 35 and just see if there's a disparity there? Because I see a difference in the line. So 35 has what population right now?
Do you want to make this change?
Well, I
or
want to
look
see
at
what
it?
the populations are because I know there were other tweaks to this plan. So what 35 is 1,600 under and 110 is, all right, so we can just leave that for right now. Can you zoom out a little bit? Yeah, there's a big deviation from somewhere. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to save it and rebuild the plan. Because if it does the same thing that it did for me, we're going to lose a district in Saline, which will fix that error. So can you do that for me, please?
Absolutely.
We have 9, but we're going to break for lunch as soon as this is almost done. We're just going to run the analysis and then we'll break for lunch. So let's look down where Saline is. So if you could zoom out a bit. Yep, see? That's where my plan deviation is coming from.
Like I said, I'm gonna make notes of these
Yeah.
and see if we can't get some.
Yeah, I had to
fixes
run
for
it a
this,
couple
'cause this
times,
is-
but yeah, if you go down to the block level and reassign those,
I'm just gonna make
it
a-
will include them. I don't know why it's doing that, but it's just something with that area. And it looks like we might have a little bit unassigned in Dexter too, so we'll have to check that too. But yes, if you could just zoom in to the blocks, assign, pick up all those areas, and then we'll run that report and
Yes.
see the difference. That would be very helpful. All right, can you check Dexter just above there? Just, it's in the green, that upper bump. Yep, I could see that, yep. So that's 66. Can you put them into 66? Thank you. All right, and can we zoom out, make sure everything stayed this time and save it? And then if they did, then let's run that report and see if this made any improvement.
Okay, is that number, that's the only one that kind of, well, you got 68 here. Does that look familiar?
Yep,
Okay.
yep, yeah. And there needs to be some work on the deviation, but I'm not super worried about that right now.
Still open. It couldn't delete it and start a new one.
I have that problem all the time.
So,
Just rerun it.
Yep.
Once you close it, you can just rerun it.
because it deletes the previous
Yep,
one
and replaces
I
it.
had it
Yep.
open. Yeah.
Okay, the prior one was 6.3, so that's an improvement. 3.1 down from 3.4. Down from 6.4. Okay, and that is down from 2.3 on the prior plan. And instead of having a 55-55 balance, it's now proportional to the, approximately to the vote share. Not quite perfect, but better than it was. All right. All right, any comments? Are we ready to break for lunch?
Yeah, just thanks for helping us with the house. The house one was the hardest one. There's so many districts and yeah, thanks for making, yeah, a big push.
Commissioner Eid.
Yeah, I think this is another example of where.
Can you fix that, Kent?
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, Blissfield, all by itself there.
Yeah, just put it in 60. Well, can you zoom out? I'd rather you just put it into 62 because this was. Yeah, I just put it into 62 because that's, just ignore my red lines and go with what the rest of the map is. So. I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner Eid, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, I just think this is another example where these changes support both communities of interest and makes an overall more fair map. I think we've given Ann Arbor, which is the population center in that area, more of a voice. And I also think it supports the communities of interest that have been said to us, that have said that part of Washtenaw County should be with Ann Arbor. When we were at the University of Michigan, I heard a lot of comments that said that. So yeah, I think it supports it, and it is on the partisan fairness measurements, the best map we've had so far.
Thank you, Commissioner Riches. Commissioner Rothhorn.
I am thinking about the communities of color and the Asian communities and some of the dots, and that would help me, I think, sort of put a final sort of like, yep, this is great kind of improvement on it. But I'm happy with, yeah. And again, thank you. It's also been, yeah, it's Friday and we've got, an option that feels like we moved in the right direction. So thank you.
All right, if you could save this, please, Kent. Hearing no objections, it's 1:04 p.m. We were supposed to break for lunch at 1, so we are going to take our lunch break. Hearing no objections, we will recess for 60 minutes. We will be back at 2:05 p.m. Thank you very much.
I've got a question. Sure. How did you guys get the farmers to grow little ball carrots?
Ball carrots?
Commissioner Kellum, if you can hear me, can I get an audio test from you?
I can hear you.
As chair of the commission, I recall this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 2:10 PM. Secretary, could you please call the roll?
Absolutely. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely and disclose your physical location. I'll call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present, I'm attending today's meeting remotely from Rochester Hills.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eid. Brittany Kellum.
Present and attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
9 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you very much. All right, we are continuing with our mapping process, and I had just finished with my changes to the house map. I believe at this point I am done, so I finished my turn, so we'll move on to the next person in line, who is Janice Follett.
I'm going to pass my turn. I don't know what adjustments need to be made.
Okay.
I was gonna, so Janice, I wonder, so what I think we are doing is with your, so I just want to encourage you. Here's what I'm asking, if you would consider. Help us know where we all are, right? So, because we can, right? I think what we have to do is you have to figure out, are we, right? Where are we? So you can ask some questions maybe. I don't know, like, but does that make sense? Okay. So what I heard you say was you wanted to pass because you don't know. So what you're saying maybe is like, maybe you're just saying I don't want to make any changes. So like Commissioner Lett did. Do you want to talk into the microphone? You don't want to, but please do.
I really don't know what needs to be done. Are we still doing population? Are we still doing partisan fairness? I mean, what are we doing?
We can do whatever you think needs to be done. And if you don't think anything needs to be done, then the perfectly acceptable answer is what, like Commissioner Lett said today, I don't have anything I want to change. And yeah, so unless you think, I mean, don't feel like you have to change something if you don't want to, but if you want to, feel free to change something. This is the day to do it. So.
Okay, well, I think that there probably are things to be changed, but I just don't know where they would be. So I will pass.
Okay. So that brings us to Richard Weiss. Commissioner Wagner is unavailable today, so we'll go to Mr.
Thank you,
Weiss.
Madam Chair. I guess the only thing I want to comment, I understand the changes that Commissioner Lang made. Obviously, I didn't like it either, but it works. She actually made the numbers worse. So that's all I really have to say. As far as that, I really don't see any changes I would like to make personally at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Weiss, Mr. Witches, we're moving on to you. Commissioner Witches. It's your turn, Commissioner Witches.
Sorry, I'm on the same page with Commissioner Lett. I don't see any changes to make at this particular point in time.
Okay, Commissioner Clark, is there anything you would like to change?
Yeah, let me mention this. Yesterday, we were looking at the house plan. And we had identified a number of districts on a spreadsheet that we were going to take a look at to try to reduce the plan deviation. And we got through part of the list. And then another piece of it we identified as districts we couldn't touch because they were VRA districts. But I'd like to go back to that list, take a look at it, and then just quickly, well, I'll choose one of the districts. We'll look at it, and then that doesn't look feasible, we'll just move on to the others. There are 3, 6, I have 8 districts that we, from that list that we did not look at.
So we're back to the house. Is that what I understand?
Correct. That's what we were working on to get the plan deviation down. That was the objective yesterday.
Okay, and so I just made some changes to the house plan. Do you want to work with our original plan, or do you want to work with the plan that I changed?
Now I want to go with the original plan because that's what we were
So-
working on yesterday.
That's 100821 version 1 HD. Is that correct, Kent? That was the first one?
That plan was made
Or
this
is that
morning.
Rhonda's plan?
It was a
Yeah, we gotta
copy.
go with a 1007 plan.
Okay.
Yes, 100821 is a copy of 100721. Was there, I think that somebody did some changes to this plan this morning. Am I not?
That was Commissioner Lang. She changed the Midland
The
base city
Midland, okay.
configuration. Yeah.
So that
So I
would be
believe it's-
dropping back.
Yeah, I believe it's the one you just had your cursor on, wasn't it? The
Yes,
one from
so I'll
yesterday.
make a copy of that. Correct?
Yes.
And
Oh,
we'll
yes,
edit
please.
from there. Okay,
Please.
give me a minute, 1 minute.
And then when you get an opportunity, bring that spreadsheet up too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I
And the
intend to
one
make
that-
we're gonna make a new spreadsheet. In case it doesn't no longer exist. We'll see.
Yeah. You know, the one we highlighted things with red because they were VRA.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the
That
one.
was a long, long time ago.
Well, that's yesterday, and not that far. I just want to close the loop on this. That's why I want to take a look at this. That's all. And there may not be anything we can do. I don't know. Because as I recall, the planned deviation was still pretty high, and it's difficult to get down because of the VRA district.
Okay, I think we're gonna have to recreate that spreadsheet.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Just a moment, couple of minutes here.
What we did was we sorted this down by percentage. And then we were going from everything below, I think, 4%, or maybe it was 3.5%. And we were taking a look at that. That was what our list consisted of it
And
yesterday.
we had highlighted the VRA districts.
Correct.
Of which I think all 3 of these are.
Correct. I think they are too.
So 6, 16, and 17, I'm just gonna give them a shade of color here so we can know to avoid them.
So it looks like we got through all of those that were greater than 4% yesterday.
So
Wait, are they, yeah, they're sorted, yeah. So
that highlight, I don't know what the goal is, but all of these are 2% or higher in deviation.
Yeah, let's take just the 3% and higher. And take a look at those. The problem we had, as I recall, the problem we had yesterday was we made changes and the plan deviation just didn't significantly change at all.
That's my memory too, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah. So we'll take a look at a couple, and then we're experiencing the same thing, then maybe we'll decide if we gotta leave it or what, you know?
And Commissioner Clark, this is where one of the things I think when as we were walking through yesterday was Brittany was helping us with the changes that there were a lot, but we're in the House, right? One of the things we did was we slowed down around Saginaw. You remember that? And it was District 4.
Correct.
And I think that was one of the districts that was.
But I don't think I'm using her map.
No. I'm just saying that, but
Yeah.
remember, it made me uncomfortable. I remember like those changes.
Oh,
And
they're like the ones around Flint.
right. And so what I'm saying is
Yeah.
like that may be where we have to go into some pretty uncomfortable areas.
And we may
And
not
that
want
is-
to do that.
May not want to do that in this map, absolutely. And it was done. So we do have sort of like a, let's say, a more uncomfortable map. And we have this
Correct.
one, which is, yeah, but so I just wanted to acknowledge that there are, and when we
Yeah.
did it, right, Mr. Adelson did say, hey, this doesn't, what is it, dispositive? I can't remember
Yeah.
if that's the right word to use, but it's not bad, it's not good. It's just,
Yeah, I agree.
yeah,
Let's
it's okay.
let's just do a little bit of due diligence and see if it's worth our time. And if, you know, if not, we'll move on to the next person then, I guess.
Okay, Commissioner Clark, where do you want to start? Or how do you want to
Okay,
start?
what's on the bottom of the list? On this
Uh,
spreadsheet?
District 21, which is a VRA district. Well, I
Okay.
say that. You guys tell me if it is.
That is accurate. It is, we have 6,
It is.
16, 17, and 21 are VRA districts.
Okay, so I got them half. I got the other three flagged. I will have this. The next one on the list is 19. It's Garden City, Westland.
And then it goes up into Plymouth, or is that? No, that's a
That
different-
35 there. We can
Yeah,
change the
yeah.
colors.
And I
Yeah,
think
change
with
colors.
this one, Commissioner Clark, 19 and 43, there was a balance trying to keep, right, we weren't able to keep Canton whole, but this does preserve the Asian American population. And so
Correct.
I think the balance of 43 and 19 would be important, right? Just, I think it's that 43 area that would be important to recognize.
Yeah, I believe that's where the Asian population was, down in the southern part of the Canton Township.
Yeah, no, the opposite, Commissioner Clark.
Oh, okay.
The part that's 43 is where the Asian population is, and I'm pretty sure if we put the dots on, you could go a little farther westerly into, depending on what 43 is at. Oh, they're just a bit under. You could go a little bit farther westernly and you would still be in the area of Canton that does not have a high population of Asian Americans. So, but I would put the dots on to make sure that's accurate.
Yeah, let's put the dots on, and then after that, let's put on the population that had the Democrat and Republican numbers on the 2016 election. Yeah, thanks for your help there, Rebecca. See, I'm not convinced at the moment that we're going to be able to make any significant difference in the plan deviation. See, if I go west on 19, I'm eating into that population, even though it's small amounts. Okay.
What about
Let's-
that area that Kent's hovering over? It doesn't seem like there's any significant Asian population there.
Up near 35?
Yeah, that just, yeah, right there.
Yeah, okay, but let's take a look at the 2016 election, what the Republican Democrat switch was.
All right, just a moment. We can only do one of these things at a
Or
time.
can we do it for 43 and 19 all combined?
We can only look at one election at a time.
Okay, I only want one election.
Or we can look at it over here. Is that what you're suggesting? There's 19 overall, and there's 43 overall. Both are 43 is, well, they're both very high Democrat index on this metric or table.
So more than likely, we're gonna be moving Democrat to Democrat, and not making much change. But can you get the numbers up on the two, up for each precinct?
You'd be making a change in the plan deviation, not the partisanship.
Correct.
I think that is where.
Yeah, you're correct.
Is that
yeah.
not right where y'all were looking at the overall population deviation?
Yeah, we were looking at the plan deviation yesterday. That's what this was all about.
Yeah, and
Trying to
less
get
so
that
about the-
down, because I believe Bruce had indicated it's too high now, but these VRA districts is driving that to happen. So let's just take a look at 19. And so what's going to drive the plan deviation down?
It basically would be if you could put population into 19 while keeping a district that you derive it from. For example, let's look at 35. I don't know if this.
Yeah, let's look at all the surrounding. Let's look at 35.
And you might even look at 65. I don't know.
65. Yeah, let's look at those three and make a determination if it's worth moving forward with.
Because District 65 borders 19, 35. I think this may be getting into.
No, I don't want to touch 14. No.
And then you have this right here. So you're getting down to, you really need to find a district that is particularly high.
Yeah, 20 doesn't fit that category. What's 30? What's 35 and 65?
65 is 0.12.
That doesn't fit that category either. No, let's go to 35.
35 is 0.49.
So
here's 33.
Yeah.
And let's
So
just.
those are kind of. I'd have to start getting I have to go to a district outside those and then start moving things around.
So here's 33 up there that is pushing 3%.
It's, you start talking 2,000. Where's 33 and boy.
36.
Commissioner Weiss, did you have some feedback to offer, Commissioner Clark?
Commissioner Clark, I was just looking at the map there, and I do believe Kent was in the area. He showed us in District 19 is where you want to add. You might be able to take a few from 20. If you could blow that up, Kent, please. Right where the 19 is, one of those two districts. Obviously, 20 isn't that much over, but maybe it would help balance out a little bit, one of those two, or just portions of those two townships.
Okay, so where's 20 at right now?
Right next door there.
No, I mean numbers wise.
Oh,
what is
I think it's only 111 above.
Yeah, it's 111. We could move it. All right, so we're gonna move a few and let's see if there's any impact at all. So right there in the two, go back to where your pointer was. Yeah, so take the two that are up against 19.
Well, this precinct has a population of 2,000. This precinct has a population of 1,800.
Yeah.
Now, the minority population of 20 is also 46%. I don't know I don't know the race or background or culture of that minority.
Well, let's just move those two. Let's just move those two and see if the plan deviation moves at all.
Why don't you just do one at a time first?
Yeah,
Because that is
okay.
quite a bit of population,
Take
or even
one,
a
yeah.
portion of it.
All right, just take one of them. Choose the top one.
I threw the top one over there.
Okay, and that did not change the plan deviation. It was 8.44 and it still is. Just for the heck of it, add the one below it, and we can always back this up.
And the reason why it didn't is because District 20 went further away from zero, the 19 got closer to it. So you
Yeah.
just seesawed
So
it
it's a wash.
basically.
It's kind of a wash, isn't it?
So, these districts are either even or under. You would
Okay.
have to be working really with where there's extra population.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why, like, if you do a little tiny change in here, you eat the population in here, you can't use it up here.
Correct.
Um,
So let's
so you-
let's back off that change. And let's go to one more district and see if we're getting ourselves in the same situation. So what's the next district on that Excel list? After you back that off.
Yes, I'm going to zoom in and make sure it's gone. It is 19 is
Okay.
back to where it was.
Okay, yep. So let's take a look.
And the next one above 19 was 73.
Okay, let's look at 73. I don't know where that is. Oh, Kalamazoo.
So
Okay, so
we look at 72.
And 80.
is-
Let's look at those two. 72 is minus 2,000.
70
73 is positive 3,000. And what's 80?
80 is negative 1,400.
Okay. Let us just to see what happens. Let's move the southeastern to district or precinct. No, southeastern, keep going down onto 73, down. Southeastern,
Okay.
there's one. Yeah, that one, yeah, oops. And let's move it.
Okay, which one? I'm going to put the names up there so I can see what we're talking about.
Okay, yeah, please do.
Okay, what are we moving?
To 72. So, but that's Portage, but let's just move it, see what happens. That's
Okay.
southeast, no, I'm sorry, it's not Portage. The southeast corner of Kalamazoo, there's a precinct. Yep,
Right here?
yeah. How many, what's the population there?
Let me back up. That's a township. I'm going
Yeah.
to go to precincts.
Yes, on precinct level.
That precinct contains 2,300 people.
Okay, so let's
that's-
move that to 72. Let's see what happens.
So now 72 is 0.31 low, 73 is 0.96
Yeah,
high. I mean, it did matter. It just may not be showing up yet.
it did not show in the plan deviation. Well, that's what we're looking at.
Right.
Yeah.
80
And
is
that was
still
2,000.
low.
So is there a spot where there's another 2,000 that we can move into 80 or 1,400 that we can move into 80? Like maybe where the airport is, let's say. From 73, there's the airport's down the southeast. Yeah. What's the population on that?
The population collectively is 2,450.
No, I want something smaller. What about the one next to it? What's the population on that precinct to the west? Yeah. That's a bigger precinct though. Or maybe not. Oh, yeah.
No, that is a large area.
Yeah, no, that's back that off. Okay, take the airport one and move that to 80 and let's see what happens.
I think you're just moving the problem,
Yeah.
but we'll check it.
Yeah, I think it will too, but I just want to do some due diligence on this concept.
Okay, basically
Yeah,
It doesn't really. I moved too much. Look how far that airport precinct goes all the way up into here.
yeah, but even when you moved too much, the plan deviation didn't change.
Yeah, that's just,
Yeah.
and that's
That's what-
because it just moved it from
Yep.
the
Yeah.
percentages from one side of the aisle to the other side of
Yeah,
the line.
okay, let's back off all those changes. So what I'm seeing, and I'd like to get some opinions, is that unless you want to review all these districts, I don't think we're going to significantly change the plan deviation at this point. Any comments on that?
Commissioner Orton?
Yeah, I think basically, in order to reduce the plan deviation, we have to be able to reduce the districts that show up there as the largest deviation. And until we can decrease those, even if we make little changes in other districts, it's not going to change. So those
Yep.
are VRA districts that we work so hard on. So I just think we have to accept that we may be able to still make some improvements, but I don't think we'll be able to change the plan deviation.
I was going to excuse me.
I agree. I mean, I think 21 was a VRA district too. We just didn't color it yet. But yeah, I mean, we looked at two of them and they were the two highest that are not VRA districts. And we're not making any impact on the plan deviation at all. So I would
Kent?
suggest that we not pursue that at any point forward. And I don't know, Bruce may want to comment on the implications of that.
Yes, Commissioner Clark, I think that adjusting population deviations can always be challenging, and it's not necessarily the most exciting work in redistricting. And I think as we had talked about, as we said yesterday, I think that the legal team is okay with advancing plans that have an 8.4 deviation and then looking to address them later on after the second round of public hearings. So, a couple of, just cautionary notes. Underpopulating districts is recognized as a legitimate state justification for compliance with the Voting Rights Act. The deviation is not above 10%, even though 10% is not a necessarily guarantee of anything. It's just something the Supreme Court always pays attention to. So you come in with a 12, 11, 13% deviation, that's going to get their attention. So I think that we're comfortable for now, if the commission so decides, to move forward with plans that have deviations, as we've been seeing, that are other than the congressional, that are under 9%. And it's something that we can address after the second round of public hearings, if you and the commission decide to do so. Does that help?
I appreciate that very much. Yeah. So my recommendation back into the commission is that we don't pursue it anymore at this point. I don't think, even if we did make some changes, I don't think they're going to be significant, and that we move on to other things to make our time more efficient.
So, Kent, I know you've been trying to get in for a few minutes.
Yeah, I was going to kind of state the obvious. Is if you don't, that's 4.12, that's 4.32. Forget the negative. Add the highest and the lowest together. What does that come up to? That's your deviation.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're doing the overall deviation and not the mean or the average. So you could play around 3.2, 3.5. If I'm not mistaken, it's always going to be 8.44.
Right, because those are the highest.
That's the ceiling, the ground level and the ceiling.
And can you go back to the map again, just to show where 16, 17, and 6 are? Because I think 17 is Dearborn, and I just want to look one more time.
Yeah.
Okay, 17, where's 16?
It was, yes.
16 is east of 17.
17, 16,
Oh, that's
and
the
6.
tall, skinny one.
17, 16's in here.
So 16 is over by 3,700
Yes, and so is 17, and
and
then
17 is
6,
over,
6 is the floor.
which is way over there.
That's the floor.
Yeah.
And if I remember right, well, anyway, that's the floor. 16 and 17 are the ceilings or the top.
So we didn't want to touch those from our conversation yesterday. Where was 21 again?
It's right in next to
Oh, yeah.
16.
So that's one of those districts we don't want to touch either, so. Yeah, I would recommend we just move on and don't
Well-
worry about that unless you have some ideas.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I feel like all of those districts, we know where the African-American population is. And so if we adjust along that line, we're not making changes to the VRA levels because, you know, one precinct versus another in that strip right south of 8 Mile, it's basically the same population. So, I mean, I certainly do think that it is fixable. The harder issue is how do you get over to 6? Because you'd have to pop from 21 to 18 to, yeah, it's like all this like shuffling all the way across to get to it, but it's certainly achievable because the populations are so concentrated there. Commissioner Witches?
Well, I guess I was going to echo what Commissioner Clark was saying. It's like, if I remember right, these districts from the Detroit River inland were carefully crafted with VRA in mind.
Right.
So if we were to start messing with that, we could be opening up another can of worms trying to get the districts that are drawn into Detroit area to be in compliance with the Voting Rights Act.
Yeah,
Am I missing something here?
Go ahead, Ken.
There again, I'm looking at 4 and 6. Now 4 is 3%. 6 is minus 4.3, and they happen to be side by side right here. Now, I don't know, but you may be able to move some around it, you know, just like right here.
Yeah.
And
Keep
you keep your VRA percentage pretty much the same. I mean, I guess one might tilt up a little bit and one tilt down a little bit. I don't know.
But
I just
aren't we
don't-
going to end up with the same phenomena that we just had?
No, sir.
Trading.
No, sir. Because if you raise this, if you bring that up to 4, then the differential is going to be -4, and then a high will be 4.12. Together, that's 8.12. So in this instance, you have a high district and a low district side by side, and you could make a significant drop. If these were both closer to 0, it would drop at whole percentage points at a time. If I'm looking at this correctly, for example, and I'm just going to do it. I'm not saying this, you should do this, but to see it in action. Okay. Of course, we got to pay attention to the percentages. I'm not suggesting anybody do this, but I want to just show it briefly. So 6 is low. We're going to move some in there. I'm going to assign an entire precinct. This one.
Okay.
Commissioner Orton?
If we're going to do something like this in one of these districts, I think we should look at all of the stats that we have on them before we decide to do something like that. Partisan fairness, everything.
So
yeah, you did. We did drop it, didn't we?
So what we did, but I mean, we got to pay attention to all the details of doing that. But because this went down 1.4%, this went down some, you dropped it 0.4 at one time, one move. But of course, it goes back to studying the grand scheme of events. And so I'm just going to put that back, undo it.
Okay. Bruce, do you think that's significant enough to make a difference? And we should pursue?
Oh, Commissioner Clark, I'm just curious what the number had been before the switch. So let's
this
see
is
that.
I undid it. It's 0.6.
No, I don't mean the deviation.
You're talking the VRA, right?
The black VAP.
Yeah.
So it dropped down
41.24, right? versus 46.02. Can you do it again, Kent, so we can see?
It shifted 0.6%. So one went down
0.6%.
0.6 and the other, I think, went up similarly. But
Did
we'll
the
put it-
higher one go up or did the low, do you remember?
Well, we're going to do it right now.
Yeah.
So we swapped roughly 0.6. One went
okay.
down to point.
Yep, so the 41.24 went down to 40.62 and the 46.02 went up to 46.64. So slight deviation.
Yeah.
And I would add to that, if I may, Madam Chair, that the 0.40 drop in the deviation is pretty good for just one swap. I certainly agree with you that there are ways to get at this. I think that our only thought for now, speaking for the legal team, is that if the commission has other priority items, that the commission wants to proceed to other issues, that, you know, we're okay for now. But I think as we recognize this, we will have to address this later. And the amount of the change is small. To be completely throw everything on the table, there are parts of the country where a 0.5 decrease in Black VAP could be extremely significant in a negative way. But this is a downtown Detroit district. This is a district where it's heavily Democratic. All the elections show significant margins. And while to Kent's admonition, I certainly share this with looking at how the numbers change. I do think that there is some room for some minor adjustments in these areas to affect the deviation similarly. Because this is not an out county area. It's not a border area. It's the populations are pretty robust. So there may be, I think there are additional opportunities here if the commission chooses to go in that direction. Thank you.
So let's save this, and I will yield back and let the next person deal with what they want to change.
Oh, yes. Hey, Mr. Brace, I see your hand is raised and you appear to be in transit. So did you want to comment?
Yeah, I would thank you for letting me in. I've been listening to you guys. If you look at that District 4, the northern side of it is much more white. And you look at the deviation, District 4 is high. So if you start peeling off whites from the northern side, you'll bring back up your minority percentages in District 4.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Brace. So Commissioner Clark, you're done with your turn?
Yeah, we saved those changes, did we not, Kent?
Yes, I mean, it's there. It's that one precinct. That's the only change in this plan.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I yield back, Rebecca.
So Commissioner E, did you want to try to continue to tackle this, or do you want to work on something else?
Well, I was gonna do something else, but since we're on here, I guess I can continue this. So which is this but I have a question. Is this the map that you had made changes on, Commissioner Zatella, beforehand?
No.
Okay, well, I would like to move to that map.
Okay. So can you save and close this map and then reopen the other one that I made changes to? And Commissioner Witches, did you have a comment?
Oh, I was just going to say, if memory serves me right, 4 and 6 were ones that I was working on earlier this week or last week, trying to make the changes. I think it might have been Tuesday for VRA compliance on the House. I think that was me. So
it's all your fault now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Whatever the problem is, it's all your fault.
I'll move on to the previous plan. I believe this is the plan that Commissioner Zatella brought forth this morning with edits or made edits in.
Okay, let's use that one. I'd like to make that it's to this one because thus far it's, you know, it does, excuse me, I'm having trouble talking today. It both supports communities of interest and has the best partisan fairness data numbers. So I think this would be appropriate. So what changes were made to get it down to 8.04 instead of 8.44?
Okay, the way this deviation is, you take the highest deviation and the lowest deviation and add them together. And you can
Right.
change the numbers in between there all you want, but it's always going to stay 8.44. So what we did, looking at districts 4 and 6 fairly quickly, you recognize that that's pretty high. That's the furthest deviation that exists. So by moving one precinct from 4 to 6, it really closed the gap because it brought 4.32 down to like 389 or something. That's a whole 0.4 at moving one precinct. That's what was done. And it was that precinct right here.
Okay, can you add that into 4? And
And
then,
I mean, you might be able to do the same thing here. So to do the same thing, we would move that into 6.
And then Mr. Stegall is also like next to the plan deviation where it says largest, does that refer to District 6? Up in the top right corner, it says plan deviation 8.44. That it refers to District 6, correct? Is
Right,
the
that's-
largest?
Yeah, and 16, 6 is the lowest deviation, minus 432. The
Okay.
highest is 16.
Thank you. That's all I wanted.
And
Yep.
16 is way over here, so we'd have a difficult time getting data.
Yep. Thank you. Got it.
From there.
okay, so let's make that corresponding change between 6 and 4. That Commissioner Clark essentially made on the other version of this map.
So we're going to move this one precinct into 6, and it's going to drop at 0.4 at one time. And you know, there's more north of here that could have not the exact same, but similar in this sense. This one little precinct splits the locality and is in District 4. Or maybe you would move something else into 6.
So let's move that one you were just hovering over into 6.
Okay, I should point out now, moving here is not going to move that. Wait a second, it was 0.4.
Yeah, it was 0.4. Now it's at 8.17.
It's interesting that with that change, the deviation
using a
in
different
both
map.
plans is different. It was 8.04 in the other plan.
Oh, well, you got
Now
to
it's
remember.
8.17.
Yeah, but you got to remember, this is Commissioner Zatella's plan that has changes in other places. Because if you look now, 68 is the floor. So, you know, it shifted a little bit, but 68 is still, for example, it's
Right.
still pretty far out there.
Okay, so we made a
So if you-
positive change. So let's save first.
So if we do changes between 4 and 6, this is not going to move.
Right. Well, I mean, I think it'll still move. It just won't move that much because 4 is still over and 6 is still under.
I understand that would
right?
change your mean or your average.
Yeah.
But it doesn't change your extremes or total.
I see.
The extremes
Okay,
are from the
okay.
highest deviation to the low. I'm sorry.
So let's look at 68 then.
Okay. For example, right here, it's similar. Because you have a high number here.
Mr. Stegall, your microphone's not on.
You could do something similar. I'm not saying you should or whatever, but you could bring that 405 up
Right, I see
and,
that.
and without.
Yes, I
And
understand.
okay.
Can we, while I'm doing that though, can you pull up the partisan fairness data for 68 and 67? No, I mean the, sorry, the election results. I have the composite percentage.
And then Anthony, I'm in this area, I'm really aware that we had identified an Asian population, but we're also aware of an African-American population. So yeah.
So, I mean, taking all that to consideration, and I mean, you might be able to, I think the key to it is you just have to look at the whole thing. You
Yeah,
can't.
well, the numbers are both highly Democratic, so I think moving a few precincts would be okay. And being cognizant, it seems like 67 has more of the, this is the Asian theme that we're looking at, correct?
No, sir, this is the African
African-American,
American. I can turn
okay.
on the Asian if so.
Well, let's just look at it.
Okay.
Real
This is
quick.
total population. So, for example, just throwing it out there,
still
67 is high, 68 is low. You could theoretically move an Asian precinct, Asian populated precinct into a district where many other Asian precincts are, if you so choose.
Oh, you read my mind. That's exactly what I was going to say. So you see those two precincts with the dots in them? Let's move them into 68.
Quick eyeball at them. There's 2,700 people, 4,000.
All right. Well,
So-
the one with the higher density, which
Okay.
I believe was the top one. Let's move that into 68.
Yeah, that was 18%. So we'll move that over to 68. And now you see your deviations are dropping
Okay,
because
now let's-
68,
Mhm.
the lowest deviation is now only 1.07 low.
Wonderful. Now let's look at 21. Right, it is a VRA. It's at 46.37% Black voting age population. I think that's about the lowest we could have got it in this area, which is why it looks that way. What is around it?
16's right beside it. And that is your new high. That is the high.
Okay.
And 21's the low.
Can
So-
somebody make note of these two population numbers for me, please?
Now, and we
So
have to keep in mind 17
16 is 3,778. And what's the other one we're looking at? 21?
21.
21 is -3,580. Let me grab the VRA numbers real quick. 46.71 and.
37.
Oops, I'm sorry.
46.37.
37. I'm looking at the wrong line.
And 16 is 42.54.
42.54.
Now, to further look at what we're doing here, 17, which is right beside 16, it's going to probably be your next high precinct when you drop this down. So if you could really make a deviation change if it was possible to maintain all the necessary data. But if you could move these from 21 to 16 and 17 kind of at the same time, then you could really change your overall plan
Right.
deviation.
Okay.
What is 5 at right now? Can we also see 5? Because I think that strip that comes down is part of 5. 16 and then I think in the middle is 5. I think 5 comes down between 16 and 17. I think that's 5.
The colors are very close.
I know
yeah.
they're
Okay,
close.
you're right. And then we're going to change this. I'm going to change 17 to a
Those are
red.
two districts.
Yeah. So if we could see what 5 is too, because that might further help the situation. So 17 is 3,768. Mr. Brace? I think he might.
Yes, ma'am. Nope, I'm
Are we-
here.
Okay, did you have a question or comment?
No, I'm sorry. I forgot to lower my hand. Sorry about that.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, good call. Whoever spotted number 5, because I certainly didn't. So 5 is a little low. So you basically, if you could just, work in this area, I don't know if it's possible to do what you need to do. No, we're not moving 18.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry, 21 to 16 to 5.
Okay, and keep in
More
mind,
or less.
17 is also high, so you can give population out of 70, possibly.
Yeah, but 17 is not connected to it.
9 is high too. 9 is 3,000 over as well.
Okay. Well, let's take these one at a time. Let's focus on 21 and 16 first, because that is the largest deviation.
African American thematic map that is overlaying the dots here.
Okay.
So 21 needs population and 16 could stand to give up some.
Right. Okay. Let me look at this map and just think for a second on which precincts would be best to take. Could you actually move north a tad? That bottom, so on the screen right now, oops, you passed it. So move back south. Okay, the precinct that's within this triangle that we've made here. Yeah, so you can move the cursor up on the screen. Yep, that one. One lower. One up. Yes, that precinct. Can we look at that precinct?
So to get the information on that precinct, I'm just going to click on it. It highlights it. There's 861 people in there, and a 9.5 out, 95% of the people. Well, there's the numbers right in front of you.
Okay, let's try assigning that into, that's already in 16. Yeah, let's try assigning that into 21.
Put that in 21. You got your percentages.
Right, we'll see what it does to the
but
percentages.
Doesn't mean it's going to.
Okay, well,
Way
quite a
under
bit closer, and it didn't seem to do that much change to the Black voting age population. Can we zoom out a little bit so I can see both of these two districts, 16 and 21, in their entirety? Okay, this helps. Okay, can you zoom in? Let's zoom in. So yeah, right where the 16 icon is. Okay, so that changed now. Okay, do you see that district that's on the right that's kind of sticking out a little bit more? That one. Let's look at that district. Let's look at that precinct.
Precinct has 1,000 people in it.
Okay, let's assign that to 21.
Anthony, do you mind as you're working if Kent put over the neighborhood overlay on it. I don't want that to interfere with your process. I just wanted to know as you were talking this out.
Yeah, that does not interfere at all.
Okay.
Let's look at it. That's very helpful.
I'm just quietly thinking, so that was it. And those are my noisy blinds because the window is open. Okay, I'm going back on mute.
Thank you, Commissioner Kellum. I was just thinking the same thing. No, not about noisy blinds.
Okay, so we added that to 21. What does that do to the population numbers? I'm sorry, the demographic numbers are specifically what I want to be looking at while doing this. So we've increased one of them a little bit, and I believe 16 we've lowered a little bit.
Yes. So 16 was 42.54 and it's now 41.48. So a small change, but still within the target for that area. And then 21 was 46.37. I'm sorry, was 46.37 and it's now 47.39. So about a 1 percentage point change.
Okay, and the deviation between 16 and 21 has improved, and the overall plan deviation has improved as well. Okay, so now let's look at 19 versus 17.
It looks like we didn't get the neighborhood overlay, or was that not we weren't able to do it?
There it is.
Yeah, it's there.
Oh, it's just
down
we
in
were
Detroit.
further
Yeah.
north. Thank you.
You know, if you're in modifying these districts to get your overall deviation lower, you can look at without affecting your racial demographics, or more so, you move precincts that are like 13.9% minority rather than 96% minority.
Right.
It in that way, the numbers may not move in whole percentage points.
Yeah, okay. I kind of like that idea. Do you see, let's zoom in. Do you see that triangle neighborhood? That's right there, those two triangle neighborhoods.
Am I
Yep,
zooming?
you're right there.
Right
Yeah.
there.
That's the one we originally went from 16 to 21 on.
Okay.
Let's
So
assign that neighborhood back to 16 and then look at changing it a little bit more in the northern areas.
So yeah, and these are two precincts.
So
And
I don't want the precinct, I just want the neighborhood. So the neighborhood
okay,
outlined.
so
in
we're now
green.
we're at a block level movement. So that's the green. So we could come right down here and get this neighborhood, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Okay, those numbers are back to pretty much what we had previously. Now let's move north, as you had just suggested.
Or, I mean, this is a possibility. It's just a different way of looking at it.
Yeah, I quite like that way better.
So
Do you see these precincts here that jut to the right of 16? Yes, those precincts. Let's put some of those into 21.
okay, I'm going to highlight them and you can evaluate what you want to do with it. Wait,
So that
let me
and-
get it to
okay.
precincts and just see what it looks like. So that
not,
area,
not all of that. Let's,
okay, that's 2000 and we shifted 2300. 21 could pick up that, 16 could easily give it up.
okay, let's try it.
It just, I mean, we can always put
Yeah,
it
we
back.
can always bring out the erasers.
So, there's your deviations. This is still stayed at 43 rather than dropping.
Okay, 16 is still a little over and 21 is still a little under. let's look at the
So-
metrics. We have 43% for 16 and 45% for 21. So I actually think it improved on both of them because it dropped them.
Well, 16 was at 42.54 and now
Okay,
it's
so
at
it's
43, right? Okay.
So in other words, it was just, 0.5%.
Yeah.
My point being is you didn't lower 16. In
Right.
fact, you increased it. And you only lowered 21, what? 4 or 5 tenths or something? I don't know.
Yep.
Just for using round numbers, 5 tenths maybe.
So we're still at about 13 to 1,400 people of a difference between 16 and 17. But now the larger difference is between 19 and 17.
And I believe if there again, 17, 17's in play and 17 is, quite high.
Okay,
Put
so
a
let's
quick
look at,
eyeball on 5 and it could, I don't, there's different ways of doing it, but there they are.
okay, so let's look at the border between 17 and 5. I don't want to move across the township border, but we have this border that's already within the townships on the left and right side between 17 and 5. And then how does 14 look here as well? Now 14 is pretty good.
At 14, but there again, it could take moving the right data,
You could bring in a little more.
you can lower 17 without
Mhm.
making significant overall effective change to 14.
Commissioner Rothman?
I was just going to offer that 5 also has an Asian population, about 10%. So if you if you can get the dots and
Bring
or
it
the
up.
theme and yeah.
Okay. Do you see that neighborhood that we currently have split between 17 and 14? That neighborhood? What if we were to put that whole neighborhood into 14?
Well, we'll just do it and see what happens. Somebody paying attention to our numbers, like 45.14,
Yep. For
46.1 and 16, right? Or 5.
well, sorry, we're moving from 5 to which one?
We're moving from
14 to 17.
14 to 17. Okay, 17, 44.73 BVAP. Right? Yep. And then 5, or no, sorry,
14 is 46.17.
recorded. Got it.
Okay, so let's assign that neighborhood that we currently have split all into 14.
And I think I'm going to have to use the blocks, but
Yes,
I'm
I
gonna
think so.
click on it and see what happens. So no, I don't. I can actually put that into 14. Is this what I'm doing? I'm putting this into 14.
Yeah,
all
you're
of
putting,
these.
yep, all up in, it
And I'm
looks
gonna
like
use
that.
blocks.
Yeah,
Just-
I agree.
I'm just going to use blocks. And we're going to have to get right up next to the
Mhm.
highway. These are, we have to zoom in to get these.
So the, yeah, let's finish because we've put a little extra into 14 now. So let's move that one part of 17 into 14 that's on the top right. Yeah, top left and the top right. And then on the bottom left, there's a part that should be in 17.
Okay, so we need to put this into 14 and this into 17, correct?
Exactly. Okay, so now 14 is a little high. 17 is about right. We have one less neighborhood split. Did the population deviation go up or down when I made that change?
It's 7.5, so I think you were a little bit low. Did okay, went down.
Wonderful. Since 17 needs a little bit more and 14 is a little overpopulated, let's complete that neighborhood as well, putting it into 17. Okay, let's see where we're at for 14 and 17 in regards to the BVAP. So 14 has changed to 47.91 and 17 has changed to 42.90.
So a 17 went from 44.73 to 42.90. So I think, yeah, still within the range. And then, yeah, from 46.17 in District 14 to 47.91. So increase.
So it increased by about 0.75%.
1 and
1%.
1 and 3/4.
1 3/4. What do we think about that? Is that acceptable?
Yeah, just keep going.
Okay.
And I would echo that there's a good direction, and the changes in the BVAP are not really measured.
Commissioner Wise.
Commissioner Weiss?
I have a quick question for Kent. I was just noticing as you were going through this, we have District 11 and 10. They're fairly close. One's a negative, one's a positive. Would that make much difference in the planned deviation if you were to equal them, square them up so they were pretty close to 0 each, or?
No, it would not. It wouldn't change your overall deviations because the total deviation, those fall in between the two ends.
That's
Now,
what
at some point, when you get down to it, 3.44 or 3.26 and 2.66 might be the high and the low, and then you match them up and you could drop it down to.
That's what I was trying to understand what you were saying. I think I have it now. Thank you.
Just a moment. My machine is not responding.
Once it does respond, let's save.
I also noticed just a moment ago, 19 is the new low, and 14 is overpopulated. So if
We
you
can
did
make
it
some
move
switches between
14 to
those.
19, there again, the deviations will move if it fits in the overall scheme of what you're trying to achieve.
And while we're waiting, so 14 is over 3,000, 19 is under 3,000, and there's a significant Black voting age population in 14, but not in 19.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, because it increased, right? The Black voting age population increased in 14. You have time. Yeah, you could.
Yeah. Well, I would like to do it in a way that also preserves the Arab Americans in 19 as well, in Dearborn Heights. Well, actually, no, we're not in Dearborn Heights. Never mind.
Yeah, I think we do have in 19, there is a minority. There's a 33%, 33.5% minority. But I don't know if that's a coalition at this point. I don't think we can confirm it or disaffirm it, right?
Absolutely. I think that we can't confirm it through analysis. The numbers suggest that, but that's all they do.
Mr. Brace, could you mute, please?
Okay, we're halfway back. I do want to, look at this to make sure everything that has been done is done. And I'll share my plan of the screen. Okay, so we're back and the plan is back up here. And I'm going to just do a quick rebuild the plan. Just looking briefly at it, we'll look at the numbers most accurately. That's the last change up there that I recall. There's 14, picking up some of 17.
Yeah, it looks like it all saved. So
Yeah,
that's good.
because I hit close the plan and it actually did close it and then it messed up. So now we're at the 1419.
Well, actually on 17, there's a little part that hung off a little bit when we did that neighborhood change. On the top, on the top right neighborhood, that's assigned to 14. Yeah, if we zoom in on there.
That right there?
Yep, let's zoom in a little more. Yeah, that right there, that little overhang. Got a little hangnail.
That shall go in 14.
Yes, 14. Okay, now let's move on to the next area. We were talking about between 14 and 19.
And 35 is a little bit low, but I mean, it all, and 14 has 3,283, while 19 is the exact same percentage.
35 is a little low.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's 1.8, so it's under
Okay.
2% low.
Do you see that square? That's, yep, let's put that into 35.
It looks better, but it, it wasn't a big number.
Yeah, it wasn't a big
I mean,
change.
which is kind of a
Well, it
good
looks a
thing.
little better at least. I'll take it.
Yep.
Now let's look at we're pretty much looking at the edges of 14 and 19 and seeing what we can move into 14.
Let's not forget, I mean, it would be possible even to move like some of 35 down here and then 14 to 35, but what thematic map would you want to have overlaid? Is there a population that you want to be aware of?
Is that there's no overlay for like overall minority population that combines all of them, is there? Okay. Well, let's get a look at both of them. Let's put the Asian American and then we'll look at the African American so we can at least get an idea and we'll go from there.
The third one would be the Hispanic.
Yes, thank you. Let's look at all three of them.
Asian as defined in the census data is down in this area. A little bit 19. And then, up more in 110, a little bit in 5.
Okay, so now let's look
So-
at Hispanic population.
And then we can do the Hispanic population, which seems to be more to the east. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yep, makes sense to me. Now let's look at the African American population.
And then so obviously this is significant. 19 is 20% non-Hispanic. And these precincts are not greater than, or 10% or greater African American. And, you can still look at the exact number. 1,200. Black combined, 50 out of 1,200.
Okay, and what's 14 at now for the percentage of Black VAP?
14 is 48.28. And if
Okay.
you move these precincts into here, it'll probably increase.
Well, if we just take the top two precincts,
These two?
well, we're adding to 14, correct? Oh, no,
No, sir. We're
okay, yep,
removing from
my fault.
14.
Okay, so let's add those three into 19.
And that's
Okay, that's
4,853. It's a significant number, and it is going to probably cause this non-Hispanic Black percentage to increase.
So instead of all three, let's just try one of them.
Those two are 2,757, which is getting there.
And Commissioner Ede, you do have some Black population in the southernmost portion of 14 to the right of 19, right,
the
just
bottom
above
right.
North. And so if you added those
Yeah.
precincts, you might, yeah.
Or you could even, where it's 35, I mean, you could even take like all of this, so you had more. I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas out there.
Let me try
many
something.
ways to do this.
Do you see the area that's on top of 15? On top of the purple, you got those three precincts there. That's 8,000. Okay, for now, this is a lot of people, I know, but let's assign that to 19.
This one precinct is 2,226, so.
Okay, so let's assign that to 19.
Nineteen now is almost ideal. But I mean, you know, it's 1.15%. 14 is at 0.4%. And your new low district is 27. Of course, 62 is the new high.
But I think the African-American, the Black voting population is almost 50%, which is, I mean, 49%. So we, yeah.
I can undo it if you want to. That's 4909.
I guess, I guess, what do you think, Mr. Adelson?
I just undid it, so we'll see it here in a second.
Well, the overall deviation went down 0.12%. The changes that are being made have nothing to do with race. Race is not predominating in these decisions. You are trying to equalize your population deviation. So if decisions were being made to where race was the primary consideration without having anything to do with the VRA, that's another issue, but that's not what's happening. It's deviation related. So I think that that's a positive change because it did bring the deviation down 0.12, and it's even possible because the commissioners are on a roll with the deviation. You might get below 7%.
Well, that is certainly what I would like to do.
Okay,
We'll
so my
see.
question is,
So
do I
yeah,
put
let's
that back in there?
Back into 19. Okay. Now we got to look at 27. Just going down the list.
I
Or
went to
62.
62 because that's the high one. And
Okay.
you'd have the same effect looking at its neighbors. If you can drop that down one whole point, then that's going to get pretty
Okay.
close to going up. Well, it depends on how, it's going to go down to
65
65.
is over as well. So we
So
can't really go into there. 61.
65 is right here. So if you move population from 62 to 63 and then 65 to 61, the number's coming down. The deviation number is
Okay.
going to come down.
Can we put up the voting results? Because I think we drew the election results, because I believe we drew either 65 or 61. One of those ways for a purpose. No, not really. Okay, 65.
Yeah, I actually drew that whole area. So definitely look.
Okay, so the only one we really got to look out for is 65, but there's a little bit of cushion there.
And you could possibly raise that number. You're not going to necessarily lower it.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned with raising or lowering it that much. I just don't want to flip it because that would affect the other partisan fairness values. So, okay, we need to move a little bit of 62 into 63 and then 65 into 62. So let's add that bottom precinct.
That's already in 63 right
The
here.
one above that.
And that encompasses Hudson. So you're looking at 1,524. So now you're looking at 3,900 if you move both of these over
Okay,
here.
let's do it.
Which is a really high number. You're going to be just shifting the high. Really, it's going to go higher. It's going to go over 3.92.
Why don't you try the city Morenci, maybe in the southwest corner there? Yeah.
Yeah, that little city.
What's that population?
Well, I don't really want to, let's see both of them, the city and the township that it's in. Let's see if that is lower than the city and the township.
Okay, I'm
the
just
other
going
ones
to
are.
select them and then you can do what you want with the information. So combined, that's 3,400. So that would make this district go over 3,500, which is right back to 3.92.
Yeah, okay.
So you just
deselect that.
And this is the similar.
Okay, let's go a little
numbers.
North.
That's 3,900.
Right, but let's deselect that as well. Let's go to the other end up top, 63, exactly. What about that one?
So that's 2,400. And I think that's more in line
Yeah,
with
it's a
what
little
you might
better.
want to do.
Okay, let's assign that to
Totality-wise.
63.
Now the new high. How do we?
Yeah, it's too high. So it looks like we're gonna have to split something up here.
So let me.
And it
just-
went back up. So let's
I'm gonna
undo that.
undo that.
Mhm.
So 62 could pass some to 61, but then 65 has to pass some somewhere else. It could go, 65 could pass this, excuse me. Anyway.
Okay,
I think
well,
you have
I'd like to do these one at a time, just so everyone can follow along and we can all get input from other commissioners as well. So we need to, you just said we could add a little bit into 62 from 61. Correct? Yeah, no, I meant the other way around. So we can add some to 61. So do you see that township that's broken up right now in 61? Yeah, that township right there. You see the bottom part of it? Right, that square, how many people are in that square?
I have to, that's total of 720 people.
Okay, what if you include the city?
That's a total of 3,200. So you're at
Yeah, that's not gonna help either. Any ideas, fellow commissioners?
I feel like we've been here in this area trying to figure this out before. And it seems like, I think Commissioner Clark was trying it. I have a memory of others, but I think because we're here again, it seems like the block level or
Why not just take Hudson and put it in with 63? Just the little city of Hudson. It's 2,415. It's that little bubble, looks like a cloud.
Yeah.
Just if
Well,
you
let's
put
look
that,
at it.
yeah, if you put that in.
Okay, let's try putting that into 63. Oh, okay, good call. Yep, 7.26, it's going even lower.
Mhm.
Okay. The next biggest difference is between 27 and 36.
we have a little something here we probably should fix before we leave.
Yeah, well, let's
So-
fix it now.
So
So
there's your
there.
36. And the surrounding districts.
Is 67 over?
67 is just down 200.
Okay, well, we can even those out a
Yeah,
little bit.
I would go down to that border of Ypsilanti. That should be Willow Run that juts up right there,
Yep.
Willow Run neighborhoods.
So let's zoom in. That precinct over there.
This
let's,
precinct I'm
yep,
circling here.
add it into 67. Too many people.
Yeah, that's quite
Well,
populated.
Can we look at the population? Because maybe you can take off one of the ones immediately adjacent.
That's 3,800.
So that's 3,800. The one to the left of it, how much is that?
I think this is all one, but well, I'll select.
No, the precinct that's to the left of the one that's currently highlighted. No, so to the right of that one.
Yeah, that little guy. It's 3,151 people. Yep. Zoom out a bit.
I'm sorry, which precinct?
The precinct to the left. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that little guy.
That's already in 67.
Right, I'm trying to figure out what
flip
has,
it back.
yeah,
Flip
who
it
has
back,
more
yeah.
people, that one or the one
That
to the
has
right of it?
3,100. That
That's
has
3,800.
3,800.
And what about the one in between?
It's 25,900.
Okay, the
That
one to
is-
the left, let's assign back into 36.
Went down from 0.26 to 0.24.
Okay, making progress. It's slow and painful, but we're making progress. All right, what is, wait, well, we also, this was drawn, I believe, for partisan fairness purposes. So can we look at the election results and just make sure that did not change with 36? I don't think it did, but let's just make sure.
Your battery is low.
Oh,
That's in this metrics. Now, really, you have to look at the grand scheme of things.
well, wait. Go back to what we were just at.
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
okay, so the Republicans did have more votes in all the statewide
yeah,
And
elections.
that's consistent with that area.
that is.
Yeah, Salem, South Lyon.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
But when you, because you changed this today, that's what the result was?
Yep.
Okay, wonderful.
Yep. And you might be able to shift in that border in Novi up there or somewhere. You might be able to shift a little more if you want to reduce 36 a bit.
Well,
Up to you. It's at
yeah,
3.2%.
we'll get there, but
Yeah.
right now it's 27 and 65.
Yep. 27 and 65. So where is that?
Okay, so we're back here.
65.
65 is high. Is 67 high now or is it low?
It's even or
It's even.
0.56 high.
Okay, let's bring in a little bit of 65 into 67. What do we think about that, commissioners? I have one thumbs up. Okay, the question is, what parts of 65 do we want to add to 67? We only need to add about 2,000 people or so.
Well, this is the Ypsilanti area, and it is so the Willow Run Airport, for
Yeah.
example. Well, but that's actually I like that it was that I wouldn't add the airport.
Right, because earlier you said you like the two airports. being
Yes, I think
together.
that could be an economic community of interest.
We're adding
65 needs to
267.
decrease population.
Why not into 68 though? Because 68 is actually low. I'm just confused.
Oh, yeah, look at
Yeah,
that.
I'm
We
just
can
not-
go into 68. Okay, let's do that. That's better. So what theme do we have on right now? African American. Okay. Do you see right above 67? So to the left,
Hmm.
and then do you see those two precincts right above it? No, right above where we are. Yeah, those two precincts. Let's look at both of those.
Excuse me, I
That's a
thought we
lot of
were
people.
removing population from 65.
We've decided to instead
Okay,
of 65 to 67, we're looking at 67 to 68.
okay.
Oh,
We're gonna put,
No,
That wasn't what I was suggesting.
65 to 68.
65 to 68.
So no 67, 65 to 68.
Yeah, which you can
Oh,
actually.
okay, yeah, that works too.
Yeah, you can,
Okay.
there's a precinct right off of Saline that has about 2,000 people that you should be able to shift.
Is that the precinct you're
Mhm.
speaking of? All right, let's assign that into 68. And we are below 7%.
yeah, you can keep doing this. It's just a matter of, like, I mean, 73 was visited earlier.
Well, what do y'all think? Do you want me to keep going?
Keep
and
going.
Keep, or
Okay.
should I pass to the next?
I'd love it
person?
if you could get it down to 5. That'd be great. And you're making
Yeah.
progress, so.
Okay, so
No,
we're
you
at,
can
I
do
mean, you can
this in
always-
every plan.
Yeah.
I
You
mean,
can
'cause
always
it's
just call
literally,
it quits too. It's up to you. I mean, I don't want you to feel like you have to
Well,
keep
we're
going.
we're definitely making progress. I'm wondering if anybody else has any uh bigger change to make then, because we're kind of just, making this map into like the best possible map. But if there's any other larger configuration change, if anyone has one, Commissioner Witches.
Well, I would just say, since just looking at it here, 27 to 52, the offset is pretty much, well, you're gonna be, I believe you'd be able to lower it, not necessarily significantly, but if you 27 into 52 making changes there, and I think at that point, we're gonna be pretty low on the deviation.
So, the only person who has not had a turn today is Commissioner Kellum. So maybe we want to check in with her to see if she has any plans for big changes, or if she's comfortable with you continuing doing that. That might be respectful of her. Because I think this is
Mhm.
definitely worthwhile and we should continue doing it. But if she maybe wants to make some big changes.
Nope,
we might-
keep going. I was just
Okay,
gonna say.
we're gonna keep on going then.
Yeah, because otherwise we've done the full rotation today. So I'd say keep going.
And I
Commissioner
just,
Rothorn, yeah.
and I think in terms of our compliance, I think what we're doing is we're working on a house plan, right? We've got two at this point, and we now have right? So we're done for the week after this. And then we can go home and we do our maps and we arrive on Monday morning and we vote, right?
So no pressure to be timely there, Anthony.
Yeah, well, it'd be nice
doing
to
great.
get us
No,
out of
you're
here
doing
for the
great.
weekend
Keep
too,
going.
but okay, so.
To your point, Commissioner Rothman, the compliance orientation, today has really been for the most part on the deviation. So the deviation is clearly moved in a positive direction. But I understand that you have record keeping and forms that are pending. So I think it's important to keep those in mind, as well as all the requirements that are needed for publication.
So that is my point. Like I want, because we can keep sort of doing this, but I'd love the idea of also sort of getting it feels like we need to experience what's the next step is. So we know how to do this. And I think you're doing great, Commissioner Eid, but I do like the idea of also saying, hey, let's put a pin in it. We know how to do this if we need to come back to it, but let's do the next thing, which is,
And
it helps us know what happens Monday. Sorry.
I'm sorry. To that point, Commissioner Rothorn, I think General Counsel and I agree that there's been great progress and there will be great progress subsequently. But I think going to see what the next phase that must be completed, I think that's an excellent idea. We think it's an excellent idea.
So Kent.
I was just gonna, agree with what's been said, because this deviation, how to bring it down and bring it down quickly. Yeah, and it's not by nibbling in the middle. You trimming it off the ends. You can do that on every single plan. And there's really no stopping. It's more about getting exhausted and saying, look, we're splitting the hairs three ways.
Is there anything currently on this plan that's in the red? Can you scroll up and down for me? Because we brought them all down, right? So 27 is the lowest. Okay. Okay.
So, basically, I mean, really, you're 3.5 or under either direction.
Okay. All right. So are we moving on?
Yeah, so that is, I suppose, Commissioner Eid, that is, that would come, like, do you want to help us move in that direction? Because I
Well,
think,
yeah, I mean, what needs to be done next? I don't really
Right,
know.
so
but
this-
my time's at the will of the commission now. How do we want it to be used?
yeah, we need a guide.
Yeah.
Is there a guide for us?
What I will say is, right now, we have about 3 or 4 congressional maps that I think are really good. They all are in compliance and have very close partisan fairness values. We voted already to publish one Senate map, and this map that we're looking at now is the most compliant and the most partisanly fair and has the lowest plan deviation. So That's where I see that we're at currently.
Yeah, I'm hearing some calls for a break. We've been at it for almost 2 hours, so hearing no objection, let's take a 10-minute break. It's currently 3:50 PM. Hearing no objection, we are in recess till 4 PM. Thank you. Are we? You ready? As chair. She's right here. Do we still have Brittany? Okay. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 4:04 PM. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely as well as where you are attending from. I'll call on you in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present, and I am participating in the meeting remotely today from Rochester Hills.
Juanita Curry. Anthony Eid.
Present.
Brittany Kellum.
Present and attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett. Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. So at this point, we have, I think, wrapped up our mapping for the day, and now we're going to move on to the assessment portion, and I think some discussion about what's going to happen on Monday. So I'm going to hand it over to Vice Chair Rothorn to facilitate that discussion.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. So commissioners, I think we had a sort of a presentation on what and when we present our personal maps on Monday, that inventory that we're supposed to fill out, does that sound familiar to everybody? Right, the spreadsheet, does that sound familiar? Okay, so the goal for today, the rest of the day today, is to just do that with our with the maps that we have run compliance on, right? That we've sort of looked at the compliance data and do the same thing, and that'll wrap us up for the day. That's the goal. So and again, I think what I'm hoping will happen is that we'll get a good sense of how to do this for ourselves this weekend. And I think what'll also help, right? We'll be that much more ready on Monday. So does that feel like a good use of time for everybody? So Commissioner Lett, and then Sarah, and yeah, lots of hands in the room. Go ahead, Commissioner Lett first.
Well, those reports can't be done from the computer?
Commissioner, General Counsel, and then Sarah Reinhardt.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. That's an excellent question, Commissioner Lett. What the staff will need is for the commissioners to identify which maps they would like the information to be logged in for, so that your mapping, the mapping team can make sure that those reports are generated for those maps and available to the commission on Monday. And then staff can make sure that those spreadsheets are available for the commissioners on Monday, and you will be that much further ahead in your work. So if the commission could go down the list, I call it the list page, much to Mr. Stegall's consternation, and identify and have that commission discussion and identification, then yes, we can run the reports on those maps that are selected by the commission. Just identifying maps, not, this is just identifying what maps have had the compliance analysis so they can be tracked, and which maps the commission would like the information for on Monday.
Thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Richards, did you have anything? Okay, great. Was there, Ms. Reinhardt?
Yeah, what your general counsel said is exactly what I was going to say. We need your help, Steve. There's a lot of maps out there. So just point us in the right direction. Thanks.
Okay, so so what we're not doing is we're not filling out each one. What we are doing is identifying as commissioners which ones we do want to move forward. So how do we want to start with the state Senate? Do we want to start with this, right? What do you think, Commissioner Witches?
Say, well, that one's going to be simple. The one that we just voted on to publish is one that we should have the paperwork done for.
Right. So, okay, and let's just officially name it. Or no, we've already got it named. We're just gonna. Do we need to do anything more so that staff can proceed with that inventory? at this point.
Mr. Vice Chair,
General
not,
Counsel, please.
not for the map that's already been suggested to be published, but I believe Ms. Reinhardt has additional information to convey. The question for the commission is again, asking the commission during an open meeting, walking through those considerations in that document, not the statistical data portion. But if I'm reading the room properly, is that what the commission might want to do is identify those maps. We'll log in the statistical data and then work through those considerations on Monday. And the considerations being, I can be much more specific. The considerations, again, the entire compliance tracking form tracks the Constitution. So it would be, the considerations would be relative to criteria 5, 6, 5 and 6. The rest appear to be in the COIs. So those types of questions, I think, can be answered by the commission, and the commission can do that today. The commission could do that on Monday. It's at the discretion of the commission. But again, identifying those maps is critical.
Okay, and I'm hearing what, yeah, so I think we're going to try to we're going to do that on Monday, right? We're going to figure out and answer all the questions on Monday. And today we're going to identify the map. So are we happy with our one state Senate map, and we're bringing that forward? Or, yes, are there others? And again, we're not choosing, these are not for vote, right? This is just to fill out paperwork so that on Monday that we can compare apples to apples, right? Each inventory is filled out. Okay. Commissioner Satella.
Is there anything we want to compare that Senate map to?
You got it.
Draft, anything? I'm just asking. I don't have anything in mind. I'm just wondering if,
That's the,
I mean,
go ahead,
I think
Commissioner Orton.
that's the one earlier today we were working on, we looked at
Right.
and seemed happy with. I thought.
Agreed. And is there another one that we want to have compared to? I think that's what Commissioner Zatella is asking. Like, do we want to, is there anyone? And again, these are, we do not have to evaluate these. If we just have one, we have one. So be it. But then we don't have a choice, so to speak. And we're moving one forward. And many times over the, right, we've talked about it's okay to have lots of options. And so this is the time we have that list. And this is the time to sort of try to understand for ourselves and for the public, what are the pros and cons of each of the things that we have created in the past that we're, essentially comparing to the one that we do like and want to publish, excuse me.
Commissioner Eid? Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's just the one for this. We're still going to have choices for like individual maps, but as far as the collaborative choices,
Without objection, we will move on to the House then. Okay, General Counsel.
I believe that the one that Commissioner Kellum walked through yesterday was put through compliance. I believe there were several that went through the compliance methodology.
Go ahead, Commissioner Zatella.
So my understanding is that Cynthia's map worked off of those changes. Is that accurate, or did you not?
At this point, I'm very confused about, that's why I was asking about the name thing earlier. I'm not sure.
All right,
So-
so then why don't we pull in that one too? So pull in the one that Brittany worked on, 100721 SD RAS BK, and have that evaluated too. And then we can look at it.
Okay, I'm getting a little, this RASBK is a duplicate of this file. There's no change, there's no difference between these at all.
That is correct.
I thought we added.
Okay,
We did add it, but it's a duplicate map. And where we ran and again, commissioners, all we're doing is saying we want to be able to evaluate them. We're not making a judgment, like this is what we want to bring forward to the public hearings. This is not about that. We're not even like talking about voting at this point. It's just so we can compare, and then the public can also compare. Commissioner Witches.
Of just the collaborative maps, correct?
These are just collaborative
Okay,
maps,
so then
correct?
it has to be the 10.7.21 SD RAS BK, because technically 10.6.2021 SD RAS is not a collaborative map.
Go ahead, General Counsel.
Thank you so much. That's absolutely correct, Commissioner Witches. That would be one of the alternate maps pursuant to your procedures, that it was modified by a commissioner as an alternate map, not an individual map. Again, this is, I know none of us in this room right now are talking about individual commissioner maps, but the function of this is identifying which plans have had the compliance criteria so that the full set of information can be brought forward to the commission on Monday. And what I would note is that if there were, I know there's already been one selected for publication, but to the extent that there are differences between, for example, the one that we were just discussing, the RAS map, if there are differences between those two, then having the option to provide those to the public and have the public tell you, we like this option better, we like that option better, or information. That's one way the commission could consider it. The commission can, of course, select one or more maps to their choosing, but that is all we need today, is to identify which ones had compliance tracking that the commission would like that information for Monday.
Very good. So we have, I think we're identifying 2 that have had compliance tracking and that we'll just evaluate on Monday. Okay. Is there, Mr. Stegall?
I have strictly a question from my understanding. This plan I have highlighted, it was tagged as first collaborative complete plan. I think that meant statewide. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out where we're,
I think that
I mean, I
identified.
know that one.
So this was, I think we've begun to refer to it as sort of a base plan. Does that sound accurate, commissioners? A base plan, does that, right, that we were working from? Do we feel like we need to bring that base plan forward, or do we feel like we've modified it and we don't need to bring it forward for
Let
consideration?
me see if I can make this easier. I request we put that in for Monday.
The base plan.
Yes.
So that's 0421 version 2.
So we have,
And I request that we put in the RASBK duplicate in for Monday.
Yeah, and that's 3. And that's easy.
so we have 3 Senate that we'll evaluate on Monday. And yeah, now let's look, are we ready to move on to the House? Or should we move to congressional? I feel like congressional or House.
I think we have 3. We have
All right.
3 house maps. We have the one that Rhonda worked on this morning. We have the one that Doug worked on for a little bit. And then we have the one that Anthony worked on. So to me, those are the 3 right there. Boom, boom, boom. If someone else has other suggestions, certainly throw them out.
It's just the actual names as they're sitting here.
Right. So can you help us with Mr. Stegall with the names that we worked on today?
Well, we worked on these 2 or these 3 today. These 3 that are 100821 V2 HD. I mean, they're on the screen there. 100821 V1. HD. And then Commissioner Zatella sponsored 100821. Those are the 3 that were worked on today.
I would request that those 3 be checked out for Monday, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. I see Commissioner Clark's hand.
I'll pass.
On. Okay, thanks, Commissioner Clark. Okay, any other House maps that we want to bring forward to Monday to have a review? Okay, let's move on to the congressional, please. Thanks for your help here with this, Mr. Stegall.
Today, according to, because we got the dates, it's that first plan and the third plan.
I would request that the first and the third plan be moved. Are there any others that anybody wants?
Commissioner Eden.
Commissioner Clark has one. Yeah.
Oh, and Commissioner, okay, so Commissioner Eden, then Commissioner Clark.
trying to see these. Let's let Commissioner Clark go first.
Commissioner Clark, do you have yours ready?
Yeah, I'd like to suggest that we do the 10-07-21 V1 CDAE. And I also had one, number 2, 10-7-21 version 1 CDDC. And Dustin had one.
Yeah, where's the Dustin Witches one?
I think it's further.
Commissioner Clark, could you repeat the last one that you read?
Yeah, 10-07-21 V1 CDDC.
EC.
DC? DC? D as in dog?
Yeah, Delta Charlie.
Doug Clark, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you got it. So, yeah, those 3 I would like to put on the list.
So could you repeat that, Commissioner Clark?
Sure, let me get them. 10-07-21 V1 CD AE.
Hey, okay.
And then you got the first one that I did, 10-07-21 V1 CDDC, Delta Charlie. And further down the list is Dustin's. I'd like to get that one on as well.
Did I don't see Dustin's on here, so it had a DW at the end, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't see it on this list, but maybe you just don't have, maybe you weren't here one of those days, Kent, so maybe you don't have it. So
Commissioner Witches?
Isn't it Plan 197 on the
I
portal?
thought it was 187.
187.
I think. I don't know. I
Who
didn't know.
knows?
Somebody
Commissioner E.
possibly go in there and look at it right now to identify it for the administration staff.
Commissioner Ede.
So it was 187, but then you updated it during a collaborative process. It is now 201. It says 10-05-21 V1 CD D as in Dustin, W as in witches.
Okay.
So we have 5 at this point. Commissioner Clark, you have your hand?
No, I'm done.
Okay.
All right.
Are there any other congressional maps we want to bring forward? We have 5.
So just to confirm, I have 10-08-21 V1 CD RAS, 10-07-21 V1 CD DC, 10-08-21 V1 CD, 10-07-21 V1 CDAE, and then 10-05-21 V1 CDDW. Is that what everybody's got?
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
That concludes our portion of the next phase. So we know what we're expecting. So what we're going to do, we know what we're going to do on Monday. Commissioner Clark, do you have your hand raised?
I do. Can we get a list emailed out to us of those districts? The Senate and the House and the Congressional.
It's probably, I wonder, Mr. So what if, instead of an email, I wonder, because part of this is also, I think, helping the public walk along with us. So I wonder, because we're going to be considering these, what can we do on the website or wherever how do we help, how can we help the public also follow along with this? Mr. Segal?
Well, I realize that if I go in there and modify what's online in any way, we lose, basically you have to delete it and replace it. And when you delete that plan online and put it out there, exact same plan, maybe with the different remarks, different name, the comments get disconnected. And that draws a lot of negative attention.
Agreed. General Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's a very important thing that Mr. Segal highlighted. One request that your staff is working on with your mapping consultant is to have the tab for the separate page so that it's very clear to the public what plans are being talked about and which plans are being considered, and more importantly, which plans are published and being brought forward into the second. So we have those things also being worked on as well.
Chair Zatella?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I had a conversation with Edward Woods about that very thing, about putting links to what we're considering. So that the framework is already set up on our webpage and you can click on it. There's just nothing populated there. So I think that our staff can coordinate making this list available.
And what I'm hoping, Commissioner Clark, is that that would sort of allow you also, just like the public, to see the list, so to speak, and just we can over the weekend just click on those. Is that sort of expected this weekend? Is that expected sort of today, staff, or is that something we should we try to comply with Commissioner Clark's request of an email, or is it something that we can actually expect will be available tonight or tomorrow, sort of on the website? What do you think, Director Hammersmith?
The answer is I don't know. So we can send out a list in the interim.
Thank you, Sarah Reinhardt.
Thank you. So given that it's about 4:30 on a Friday and our staff helps to update and maintain the website, we can certainly make best effort to make sure this information gets posted as quickly as possible. Most likely it would be Monday morning, but we can absolutely send out an email to commissioners in the interim indicating what maps will be considered next week. And once this information to complete this Excel spreadsheet is also compiled, we'll circulate that with you all as well.
Much appreciated. And I just would try to acknowledge if there's any way to get that email on, well, no, it's the website thing. Yeah. Okay. We'll work with the email. Chair Zatella, I'm going to turn it back over to you. I think we've completed that portion.
Commissioner Eid.
So once we vote on these on either Monday or Tuesday, are those ones that we vote on going to go on a different tab, is what I'm hearing on the website?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, do we have any other unfinished business to discuss? Anyone? I think everybody's tired. Yes. So let's move on our agenda. We have no meeting minutes to approve at this time. Without objection, I will ask Executive Director Sue Hammersmith to provide a report. Please proceed, Ms. Hammersmith.
The information I was hoping to provide is not yet ready, so
Okay,
I will
fantastic.
defer till next time.
Thank you. Without objection, I will ask Sarah Reinhardt from the Michigan Department of State if she has a report.
Hi.
Hearing no objection, please proceed, Ms. Reinhardt.
Sorry, I always jump the gun there. Okay. So very briefly, I just want to go over the process again and what we can expect to occur on Monday. So you all just breezed through this section here, map adjustments. So when we come back on Monday, you all will first determine the number of draft proposed maps. Those are the collaborative maps that you're going to bring forward. We now know how many are up for consideration. So you all can collectively choose to have that number or less brought forward to the public hearings. After that, there will be the review of draft maps. The Excel spreadsheets will all be filled out with the scores for various maps as well as individual presentations. For collaborative maps, those will be presented by your chair and co-chair or vice chair. And right now the process indicates that you'll go in order of district type. So for example, all of the house maps, including collaborative and individual maps, would be presented at the same time. Or you could choose to do that differently if you wanted. I actually believe your executive director may intend for individual maps to be presented in the afternoon, if I'm correct. So it sounds like maybe we're departing just a little bit, but that's perfectly fine. Just wanted to clarify that the maps will be presented prior to any voting should it take place, which is the next step here. Commissioners, if you are submitting individual draft plans, just remember that those are due to be emailed to myself, your your staff and EDS with an indication that you wish to put those forth as an individual map for consideration during the public hearings. And we do request that you submit it with that completed Excel spreadsheet. It would make things a lot easier on us. If you don't fill it out, we'll likely fill it out for you. So make sure you're reaching out to consultants to coordinate on getting those scores if you have not already. And that's all I have. Are there any other questions on this prior to next week? We good?
Commissioner Orton, was that a hand? Oh, okay. I just saw you move out of the corner of my eye. All right, correspondence received in advance of today's meeting was provided along with written public comments to the commissioners in our meeting materials. It's my understanding there are no future agenda items to share at this time. Are there any announcements? Hearing none, as the items on the agenda are completed and the commission has no further business, a motion to adjourn is in order. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Oh, second.
Motion by Commissioner Rothorn, seconded by Commissioner Witches. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail. The meeting is adjourned at 4:29 p.m. Good work, everybody.